Hello, Nigel. First, welcome. Okay, I'm going to try and today work on the Linksider for a change, you know. It's been a while since I did something here. Fixing bugs? Were there any bugs in the Linksider? No, not the bugs, but we can improve the things for sure. I don't know. The immediate thing that I see here is that these buttons on the right, they have sound effects, but these buttons, they don't have the sound effects. They also... What the hell? Look at this. It disappears. The button disappears. Oh, wait. Yeah, the button actually disappears. No way. I don't have the thing where this button... This is for the baby gem. All right. Okay, sure. Let me see. Oh, how do we do this? Assets, rendering, game, config. Here, maybe? No. It's in the UI. It's the UI tile set. Baby. No? Gem. Yeah, it's gem. There we go. Yeah, we have button itself at 2.4 and the pressed at 2.5. If we take a look at the atlas, then 2.5 actually is exactly the pressed button. Oh, I know what's the problem. It's supposed to be called here play gem button pressed. There you go. That's the problem. Look at this now. Oop. And it doesn't disappear anymore. Easy. Alright. Fix gem button pressed. Alright, next. What do we want? What do we want next? So, yeah, so these buttons, they have sound effects, these buttons, they don't. No sound effects in the settings either. Alright. Is that important? Do I want to do this right now? Let's see. How difficult that is. How is it even done? So we go to something like main menu, sound. Yeah, this is music. Reset progress. Press side effect. Oh, this is when I'm clicking things? You're saying that... Cargo clip is doing the work. We're saying that if I click this button, we have the sound effect. Okay. If we click any button. Makes sense. Alright. And then we also play the button when... So if I hovered the button... Button entered. It's true, button entered is false. Yeah, like the previous hovered button, I guess. Is this my code? Or is that... It's probably Vest wrote that code. And did the sounds... Right. Okay. I think what we can do... This is unpressed side effect. Why is it doing the unpressed side effect? Wait, is press and unpress the same sound effect? Sound. That's the press. This is unpressed, the same thing. Okay. Weird. It's supposed to be for pressing side effects, not for the UI. Okay, whatever. Is there like any hovered UI? This is main button. Hovered. But we also have the UI hovered buttons, I think. Which would be self buttons. Trade. Find any button dot we have usable, disabled, calculate position. The things we do not have the hover here. Okay. So how does this work then? Self dot buttons. We are doing the layout. Oh, we have button states. Button states then gives us the button state. And then the button state as whether it's hovered or not. There you go. Yeah. Mm, 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 mm. The UI code is the ugliest code ever. I think here we could copy paste it too much in all the different places. Can I uncopy paste it? So we have buttons, which is just a deck of buttons, right? And this has the description of the button. It doesn't have the button state. It does have a little bit of the button state in the form of the calculated position, right? So yeah, calculate position is being done when I'm doing the layouting of the buttons over the viewport. Okay. And then states. Yeah, this over here, states. So what I calculate here is have the state whether it is whether it is right now pressed, hovered, or anything like that, right? Yeah, how about I move this? How about I move this into a calculated position also, I guess. How about I move this into this state, and then I will not need the lifetime here anymore. So instead of having states, I would instead do something like update states. Yeah, how about I instead update states, taking the mutable things to button. If I know the current cursor position and I know if the cursor is pressed or not, that's all we want, right? Then we don't really return anything. We instead just update in place. We itermut, right, for button in buttons. We just do that, right? And then I just say that yeah, I guess then over here, yeah, we can just do like update. It would be maybe I should instead have something like instead of storing the vec of buttons, I would have a structure struct buttons, right? Which would have buttons as a vec of buttons. Yeah, something like that. This is button state. Buttons t function new button simple into iterator item is button t self buttons into iterator collect, and then this would be a method instead. Update states itself like this. So this is basically actually update cursor, I guess. Well, maybe we instead we will be able to do reacting to events here. This would be for button in self buttons. We have state, which is button state, like so. Or I guess we instead do not let. We just say button dot state dot cursor hovered, right? And then we say here button state hover, and then here we say button state press. Over here button state hover. Here, button state cursor hover. There you go. So buttons, they should have on them the state instead of calculate position. I'll just have the state, button state, right? And so the original state would be button state with calculate position equal to the position, and hover is false, and cursor hovered is false, and press is false, right? Okay, this would be button state calculated position. Okay, and then similarly to that, the layouting is also going to be like a method, right? We just lay out over the viewport. That's all that's needed. Self and viewport, like this. So for button in self buttons, we just say button calculated position is button position translated like that. All right. Okay, base transform based on state calculated position. Cannot find button state. Okay, so now over here in the main menu, for example, I want to know what is the hovered button, right? If I want to know what the hovered button is on this position, where is this used? So this is being used when I click on the screen position. Right? And then cursor type at the screen position also. Like this. Alright, so what does this mean? I mean, technically we just do self buttons. Okay, and by the way, what is self buttons? So now buttons is, instead of this, we just say buttons with action, right? Buttons with action. This should be public. Yeah, from buttons, I need to import the buttons too, right? Like this. Okay, so buttons is in this case just buttons new, right? From this list. Update. Transparent border is link button transparent border. Wait, what is transparent border? Okay, whatever. I mean, sure, we just do that. So when I say button states here, we instead say save buttons. Buttons. Iterate. Find button. Button state hover. So we find the hovered button and we map it to button. We just find it. We don't even map it, right? That's the button that is hovered. But the question is, do I need to update here the thing? Yeah, I think hovered button should not require the position. It is weird. I think. UI position false. This is weird. So why am I doing this again? So when I'm clicking, I kind of know what was hovered. So we don't need the screen position here, I think. I mean, I can move the cursor, I guess, but the other place where I use this is over here, cursor type for the screen position. So yeah, this basically means that if there is a thing under the cursor, right? Yeah. So input context requires to know the context, the cursor type, depending on the cursor on the screen position. I think I don't want that. Let's change this completely then. Yeah, draggable, cursor type are the things that depend on the cursor position, but maybe this should not be like that. I mean, whatever. Let's just say instead buttons. Find hovered. Find hovered at UI position. How about that? How about that? So we have buttons, and I will just have a method. Find hovered self position. This will return optional reference to button, I guess. So this would be self buttons, iterate, find button such as button state calculated position contains the position. Right, that's all that I need. Well, I mean, it also says that it should not be disabled and stuff. Yeah, this is cursor covered, like so. Let's do instead then the thing where would be yeah, button so state has like two things separately, the calculate position and like the interact state, right? Calculate position and interact state. How about that? Interact state. Right, so then for the button function interact state. I don't know, it's weird. Also, everything is weird. Yeah, but I want this code to be done like that, I guess. Let me have the function here, right? Sure, I will do this. Interact state. Cursor position. Press. Interact state. And this is where I just do that. And then I just return interact state. Hover. Cursor hovered and press. So over here, when I update cursor, I would just say that button dot state dot interact is button interact state for cursor position and press, I guess. And over here, I instead find the button where button interact state with some position and press being false. Dot hover, right? That's what I'm trying to find. In this case, button itself. So spike. Button new. So this would be interact is interact state. All right. So basically, instead of doing the layout, we say self buttons layout viewport camera bounding box. Yes. Instead of saying states, this is not necessary to, right? I mean, I can always just say that self buttons update cursor, UI cursor position, self context input pressed, and then over here we just say for button in self buttons. Let's have a method. Let's have a method function iterate self full iterator. Item is reference to button. Yeah, self buttons iter. Mismatch types. Draw button. Draw button takes the button state. Wait, what? Button state. No. I guess we just do the button. Reference to button T. So instead of button press, this would be button state interact press, right? And this would be, yeah, button state interact press. This would be button state interact hover, and button. Oh yeah, well, yeah. I'll just have the base transform. Yeah, it's fine. Cursor type. This is tool menu in the level editor. Cursor type. So this would be if any is hovered, right? So if, okay, self buttons once again. It's going to be changed to buttons, button type. Over here, it would be self buttons find hovered with the UI position. Find hovered is some, right? This would be self buttons layout. This is the viewport. Here we have self buttons, update cursor, UI cursor position, self context, input pressed. And this would be just for button in self buttons iterate. Button interactor. Date. Button states here is handle input. If I'm clicking at the position, over here I'm trying to find the hovered button, right? Why am I getting the cursor hovered? It should be only the enabled buttons, right? So this should be self buttons find hovered at the position. Okay. Now field calculate position. If I'm clicking somewhere, calculate contains UI position. This is level editor. Yeah, this is basically also just finding the hovered button, right? So self buttons find hovered. UI position. This over here, self buttons, is also, yeah, it shouldn't be a box. It should be a button type. So this would be buttons new. This would be self buttons layout. This would be for button in self buttons eternut. Eternut. Self buttons update cursor. UI cursor position, self contact input rest. For button in self buttons. Great. Calculate position, state calculate position. No, this is wrong. Hold on. UI cursor position, map or true. Self buttons iterate any contains, like, so this thing is actually self buttons find hovered at UI cursor position is it's none, right? Which wouldn't do that. True, or I'm not hovering a button. Cursor type. Okay, this is level editor. This is level editor. Okay, so this over here says that. Okay, so this is also looking at Yeah, so for the cursor types, if I'm hovering the disabled button, I actually should yeah, this is correct. So this should be self buttons, find hovered at UI position, but it should be find find cursor hovered. Like that's a different thing, right? We have hovered and we have cursor hovered. Maybe I should rename this to something. Well, first of all, it should be hovered. Pressed. Yeah, find cursor hovered. Right. Find hovered. So we have find hovered, and I should also have find cursor hovered, which is very similar, but we find the cursor hovered like this. It's a different thing. Hovered buttons, self buttons, find. Okay, this is what? This is chapter selection. Chapter selection. Buttons should be buttons, button type. Self buttons, find hovered. Chin. That. New buttons over here. Buttons, new. This buttons layout, self buttons layout, viewport is this, self buttons, update cursor, UI cursor position, self context input rest, or button in, self buttons iterate. Okay. Cursor type for the screen position. So this over here is also, if let some button is self buttons find okay, this is a world editor where buttons should also be just buttons. This, so this would be self buttons find cursor hovered at the UI position like so. No field calculate position. Click if self buttons find hovered UI position. Layout self buttons layout. Report is that. Self buttons update cursor UI cursor position. Self context input pressed. This is self buttons iterate. This is buttons new. Self buttons. This is a play. This should also be buttons instead of a vec. Self buttons layout. Just the viewport, self buttons, update cursor. Like all of this has been duplicated everywhere too, so probably should be in a method somehow. It's like 10 lines have been duplicated everywhere. Buttons, new buttons. Button state self buttons dot find hovered UI position. Undoing. So this would be find pressed button, I guess. Find pressed. And this would be, you know, is some end. So I need find pressed now. In addition, right? Public function find pressed. Self option button T. Self buttons iterate find button state interact pressed, like so. So this would be self buttons find pressed is some and button type is a redo. There you go. So I don't need to check for press anymore because we already found the button that is pressed, right? Like this. Is the pressed button the undo button? Is the press button the redo button? There you go. All right. It seems like the things can potentially work. So the only thing that I did is basically just instead of storing buttons as inside a vec, we stored it in dedicated structures so that I can have some common methods on it. Looks like it's working so far. So we can change the things. One of the good things about the UI usually is that if I press something and then I move the cursor, it should stay pressed. And if I click outside of the button and then move in, then it should not be considered pressed even. Right? What's the usual behavior of the UI? Button example HTML button tag. Try it yourself. Can I actually hover or like drag the buttons? Yeah, it's like at some point we start dragging it instead of clicking the button. So if I start dragging, then I should not be able to click the button at all. I think this makes sense. I like that. Um. Oh yeah, over here we just drag. I can click, or I can drag. And on this website, this dragging functionality doesn't even have the dead zone. So if I try to click something, but I on accident move 1 pixel, then it still is dragging and not clicking. While over here, for example, this is the built-in behavior in the browser, I guess. I can click, then I can move 1 pixel, and then I release the button, and still is being treated as a press. There is a little bit of dead zone, a couple pixels that I can move, which is useful. If we move the mouse and then click like quickly, we can be still moving the mouse. Yeah, and I guess especially with the pointer, with the finger input on the mobile, it's going to be moving. Right. Do I want to improve any of that? Let's see. How is it even done? Let's go to, let's say, the main menu, right? So the main menu. We have like some buttons. Being done differently. What about chapter selection? Are these like actual buttons? Or are they different? We have buttons, button type. Exit and settings. Yeah, this is different. And then chapters are chapters. And chapters are like treated differently. Oh. That's something that I never liked. What if, like, for both of these anyway, right? What I want is to like I want to update this, right? Whether it's hovered or not, whether it's pressed or not. Which is the button interaction state. So interaction state can be on like different things. Thank you for wasting your points, guys. Maybe we don't care about this. UI is difficult. It's good enough for now, maybe. I don't know why I was looking at it. There are more important things that I should do. Um, which is the tutorial, maybe. That's what Davey wanted. So basically, we have this game. And we play it. We go to chapter 1. Well, this is the current tutorial, right? We have this just shown. Some people were confused. What does this mean? This is the finger control on mobile, which doesn't make sense to show even on the PC version anyway, right? If we don't have the touch control. How is this even done right now? What is how is this even working right now? Somewhere here, tutorial 1, tutorial 1. We just have the Z index here. Tutorial 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so we have like this foreground tutorial, movement touch, vendor entities tutorial. This is a foreground. Yo, Nate Lift 151. Hello. 12-month streak. What? What? That's a lot of months. Thank you for the sub. Movement touch. So we have like the foreground for the entities. Foreground on the entities. What does this mean? So entity assets is foreground is an optional sprite sheet and background is an optional sprite sheet. This means that it actually is a sprite sheet, right? Let's which means that let me try to do that. Sprite canvas size, let's do 48 times 32. Sure, let's first of all try this. Does it have to be rectangular? Sprite shit. Yes. No, I panicked. I panicked because y%x is 0. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's how. Yeah. So like we are doing the sprite shit for animation, I guess here. So the in order to know how many frames there are, we just assume that it's always rectangular, and then we'd have it vertically. So we have let's see, calculator, 48 times 4 is going to be 192, right? So let's have that. Let's have that. And then we do, oop, like so, and like so. Alias calculator is GHCI. You think GHCI would be better? It's right now the Node.js. If I do GHCI on Nix packages, do I just do GHCI? Oh, ghc.ghci. Let me try this. Wait, hold on, what? GHC. I can just do this, I guess. I don't know what exactly is the binary there. Is GHC a good calculator? I'm not sure. It will calculate but not print it as a side effect. No, if in the interpreter of Haskell, I think they do like print it too. GHCI. Let's see, 1 divided by 2, 0.5. Actually not bad, okay. But you see how like, so like this is the Haskell, right? We just do 1 divided by 2, we have 0.5. We have 2 to the power of 8 to 5, 6, right? This is working, but how do you exit it? Colon Q. There you go. So the Node.js though is better because I just do 1 divided by 2. I have a preview here. Preview is nice. That's why it's a better calculator slightly than all the other alternatives like Python or GHCI. All right. So what I wanted to do here though is to make sure that we see the animation. Like this. Let's just take a look what it looks like if I do that. It does not look like it is animated. I think I know why. I think it's because I was doing the caching of things. Potentially. Let me see. So I have like all foreground is an optional sprite sheet. So when I'm rendering the game, when I'm rendering, I'm drawing entities, foreground for entities, right? We do that. Redraw cache textures and stuff. So this is actually not been called, maybe. Dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Draw entities. Let's take a look. We have the pass, which is foreground, so we don't go here. We instead go into draw entity group. Entity IDs. What's entity IDs? Sorted entity IDs. All right. What is sorted entity IDs? Repair entities. They're cleared. Yeah, we just have all the entities there. All right. Maybe it is called. No, I think it's something like I'm rendering it into a cache. Probably. Let me try in the editor. Look, this is now the second animation. This is the first, second. Yeah, it's like it's a different animation every time, but then it's not actually moving. So it's being cached. That's the problem. It does not need to be cached. We say draw entity group. We have a cache. Cache fully static entities contains. If it is fully static is fully static entities. Yeah, so like in some cases I don't even want to cache them at all anyway, right? So fully static is this thing. Yeah. I should have this somewhere in the arguments. Draw entities args. Redraw cache textures. Boolean. So when do I get it? If not redraw, then I'm just trying to get the cache texture. Yeah. There you go. I guess like redraw should be false, but also like I should just not treat them. Cache. Cache statics boolean. Right, let's do that. And then fully static over here is args.cache statics end. So like I only like do this at all if we want. So this over here, I'm drawing a shadow, right? I'm drawing a shadow, so cache statics is true. Then we draw background. So for background, I actually don't do that, right? Cache static is false. Then we have the actual layer cache statics is true. And then for the foreground cache statics is false. So foreground is and background are the things that have animations, right? So we don't want to cache them. All right, so there you go. We now have animated tutorial. We have animated tutorial. It looks like this over here. I think I broke these buttons. Animated fix background and foreground entities not animated. Yeah, I broke the button somewhere. So we have like play, cursor, type. This over here. This should be hovered. This should be cursor hovered button. There you go. Self-hovered button. UI pause. Self button. No, self buttons. Self. Hello? Buttons dot. Find cursor hovered. The UI position. Yeah. Why was I not having the autocomplete? Over here, these buttons are supposed to change the cursor to be disabled. And I can still like, yeah, I can move left instead of pressing the button, which is annoying. Wait, so I broke it. How did I break it? Touch input add. If hovered button is none. Yeah, it's supposed to be not hovered. Only then is none, right? Let's remove this. Find hovered UI position. Yeah, because like over here, I want it to be enabled. Sure, right? But over here, if self buttons find cursor hovered with UI is none. That's what I want. What is this? 1503. UI cursor position is not being used. Was it used here earlier? Cursor position. Not sure yet. We'll see. I go here. Yeah, so now if I hover on this button and I click, I don't actually move. Okay, yeah. Fixed. You like Qualculate. It's a library with a first-party CLI and GTK and Qt GUIs. I use the Qt UI with everything except the expression entry and the preview. Never tried it. Linksider with class of unknown is not responding. Hello? Why was I not responding? Weird. Fix disabled buttons. Fix pressing disabled buttons leading to moving. Let's run calculate. Nix packages does not provide the calculate. Calculate Qt, the ultimate desktop calculator. Hyperline timeout dialog false positive all the time. This is the first time I saw the timeout dialog. What's happening? Oh, it's like, yeah, okay, it's over here. That mathematical expression. 1, 2 plus 2 divided by 3. Almost equal this. Alright, I don't know. No, I like the calculator being Node.js because it allows me to also have like variables. Right? Can I do that in that calculator? You know, like x is equal to 5 plus 5, and then use x in other places, right? I mean, maybe you can, I don't know. But we should, in fact, I mean, at some point, the calculator should be not Node.js, it should be cast, for sure. Okay, there was some problem over here. I removed a pixel on accident. 10, 10, 10, 10. Yeah, also I want the things to be I want the tutorial to be only present on mobile or only on PC, basically, right? So we have entities config tutorial 1 foreground is this, right? I guess in the logic or something somehow. So like we have tutorial 1, 2, 3, 4. Why is it numbered instead of like undo redo? I use the GTK one, it's better. Tutorial config. Yeah, I think I should rename this. So 1 is touch, 2 is arrow, 3 is reset, 4 is undo, 5 is undo key, 6 is switch, button. Okay, there's like button, undo button, tutorial, tutorial movement touch, tutorial movement arrow, tutorial reset key, tutorial undo button, tutorial undo key, tutorial switch button, tutorial switch arrow. Let's have names. Why is just 1, 2, 3? You can do x is 5/n x times 10. It's a very good job at guessing what you mean when you try to use a function or unit. Can you define functions there? I don't know, like I don't see why would just something like Node.js not be enough for me. Like, do I need to, like, I don't need to learn a new language about the calculator of calculate, I guess. I mean, I don't know, maybe it's nicer for some reason. Or ground. Okay, so let's have this. And the logic. The index is 2 for all of these. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7. It is like this, and then we do go to renderer, game config, tutorial, movement, touch, and E, movement arrow. Sure. What's the key in the new Vim for the new Vim alternative buffer or something? Last buffer. Mm. Say for example 1 gib for 2 GB or 500 cm to in. Nice. Yes. Ah, now it's saved. Okay, yeah, tutorial. Tutorial on these things. should be changed. I rename them like this. Tutorial on tutorial 1 tutorial movement touch tutorial 2 is tutorial movement pro. Tutorial 3 is tutorial reset key. Or do I have a I don't think I have it bound to the open buffers. Find files. Yeah. Down. 4 and 5 is undo button and undo key. And 6, 7 is switch button and switch arrow. Okay. Tutorial 6 not configured. Tutorial 6. Which button? I'm pretty sure. Tutorial 6, 7, 8, 2. Good work. No link? What do you mean no link? Here's a link. Right, so this is just renamed tutorial. Is okay, so here's what we want though for this tutorial. I guess for let's start with the first level. So in the first level we have this, right? So we have the touch, which could probably like have a little bit of a different animation, and then the and this and that We only want to show one of them. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. So what I want is when I'm defining the movement touch, I want something like mobile mobile only. Is mobile only. I don't know, like show only is mobile. How about that? Show only is mobile. Show only is desktop. Right. Show only. Show only. Something like that. And in the rendering, game joint these entity IDs right over here, I guess. What we can do is we can filter entity properties show only let's show only is show only or return true. False. This will just not draw it. What do you mean no field? It's literally here because I didn't save the file, of course. Mobile. Mobile is an option bool. Mobile. We have it in context, right? Yeah, there you go. So I guess. I mean, does renderer know about being mobile? Self. Let mobile. Let show only file is match show only. Got stupid Vim. Broke again. False. True. Self. I don't have the context here. Context is mobile. Mobile is there. Renderer. Over here, render new self assets mobile. Mobile is being figure it out over here. Somewhere. The constructor. Mobile. In. God, how do I close this shit? File. So basically, show only mobile is equal to self this. Or I am in or I am currently in the editor, I guess. Maybe. If I'm in the editor, I probably want to see both of them. So there you go, I only see this thing. Or I only see this thing. Right. Wait, why is there AD? Hold on. Oh, we have arrows and we have also ADs. Yeah. I want to have both. Right? We don't even show the fact that we use the arrows right now. That we can use the ADs. Sprite. Kind of a size. 192. When I press the button, we just do this, and then we move it how much down? Just to the center, I think. Just 1 pixel down, like so. Want to be mobile anymore? We don't care about mobile too much yet. Go do this. Now this is animated, like we are pressing the buttons, right? That's better, right? I kind of don't really want them to be seen on the previews, though. I don't like these being seen on the preview. We should get rid of this from the previews. I have my own engine for the Linksider. Well, I didn't write it for Linksider. The engine was existed before Linksider. But if you make the animation and mimic the player input, Linksider is its own engine at this point. Kind of, I guess. But here the animation mimic the player input. What do you mean by mimicking the player input? This is literally mimicking the player input. I mean, it is the arrow keys that I'm pressing, and this is literally what it looks like in the game now, right? It looks like I'm pressing a key. Well, I mean, I guess we could, you know what? maybe it's a better way to do this is to show like all the 4 arrows, but only have like the left and right being pressed as an animation, right? So like you see like the left and right keys only here, right? Like blink when player presses right. What do you mean? I mean, you want this to be not an animation, but when I press right, this would be pressed. Is that what you want? I mean, this is animation. It like shows you. I don't think this is very good because we want this to show what to press, right? And like to understand that it's not just some random icons, but it is the fact that you need to press them. We need to have this animation before you press anything, right? So that you understand that you need to press it, right? But we can have that for the other buttons. For example, right now I'm holding the button to undo, or I'm holding the button to redo. When I'm doing that, these are the 2 buttons on the UI. Those could be pressed when I press them with a key. Like, you know, right now I'm holding them. See, I'm holding them, and like the undo redo is happening, right? So like same should be done automatically if I'm doing and if I'm pressing them with the power of the keyboard, right? We could do that. The keyboard power. Also kind of want maybe to, yeah, I don't know, like the game is playable on the controller. So we want over here to also show the controller, and the controller, but the controller should only be shown if we have the controller plugged in and like detected, right? That would be another improvement here. I don't think I will work on the controller right now though, but I can write it down maybe. Controller tutorial. All right. Only show key. Oh wait a second. So now I will also want to say that we can do it with A and D, not only with arrows, right? Not only with arrows. So we'll go here. So I have the movement arrow, and I want to have movement keys, movement AD. Let's call it AD. Maybe movement key. This thing, right? This should be just AD. Canvas size 192. Ship deck. Hello, hello. Blazing fast calculator, AWK print, FN main println cat. Rust C. Calculated and TMP calculated. Movement AD, we are going to put this over here. I might have removed the touch control now though by doing this. Let me see. Mobile true. Yeah, this removed the touch control. So well, I mean, I guess yeah, let's go to the mobile. I think since on the mobile we only have one thing to do over here, we're just going to put it in the middle then. Like so. Right? And then we have this on the mobile. And then we have like one thing on the mobile and two things over here. Edge, left, right, AD. We will also control ourselves with the mouse. So this should also like I guess like if I'm using the game controller, then I should hide the buttons that correspond to the keyboard. That's how it works, right? If you're using a controller, a gamepad, then you don't worry about the keyboard controls, right? So it actually should be something like it should be not desktop. This should be keyboard, right? This should be keyboard. So show only if I'm using mobile, show only if I'm using keyboard, show only if I'm using keyboard. Right? Instead of desktop. Show only. Low farmer. It should not be desktop, it should be keyboard, and it should be gamepad. Keyboard, gamepad, or mobile, I guess. Right? This error is fake. It doesn't exist. Can I make sure that it's gone? Rust analyzer restart. Can you stop being stupid? It says no variant or associated item. Yeah, so this over here, right? So show only mobile. Yeah, I guess so I'm going to say match show only. Match show only. Right? And then match show only. And we have like all of the variants here. Hello? Any code actions please for me? I don't even have the auto completion here. Amazing. A trust analyzer. Why is it never working? Okay, if it's mobile, then self mobile. If it is show only keyboard, then self Um, input used get is input used keyboard. I guess I will like have something like this. Show only gamepad self input used get is input used game, right? Or mouse, right? Yeah, I guess matches this used keyboard or input used. I mean, keyboard, mouse and keyboard is basically the same thing. So yeah. Keyboard and mouse. Let's just call it keyboard and mouse. Right? Let's call this no matching language servers with rename capability. Rust analyzer. Hello there. Status. Start. Rust analyzer. Restart. It doesn't exist. Rust analyzer doesn't want to work anymore. Quit. Can you please work? So over here we would have something like input used is RC cell input used. That enum input used. It's either keyboard and mouse, or it is gamepad, or it is mobile. I guess it's the input used then. Yeah. That's what we should do. Touch. Maybe I should have it as a touch instead of mobile too. Touch. Keyboard and mouse. Mobile. Touch. In this case, we just show only. I will just call this input used. About that. Then input used over here is instead of mobile we say input used. C cell used. Input used like that. Input used is ours is input used. Okay, yeah, let's see. So we have same as mobile, right? So basically we initialized it. Input used is rc new cell new. If mobile, then input used touch, else input use. So we default to keyboard and mouse unless we detect you actually using the gamepad, right? So this would be input used dot clone. right? The this constructor takes not mobile, but input used. Input used. So yeah, basically show only is equal to self input used get, right? That's all that I want then here. This map or can be simplified. This map or can be simplified. This map or can be simplified. This. Blazing fast calculator had a bug from multi-line input, but I fixed it. Nice. Pushed. Abstract pattern is not needed. This map or can be simplified. I should probably like had this in a separate config though. Separate commit, but whatever. Wait, I was doing something else. Why was I distracted by the warnings? Yeah. So like, what are we actually using, right? What are we actually using? So what I want is what do you not like? Show only keyboard. Yeah, it's supposed to be like keyboard and mouse. Yeah. Keyboard and mouse is a thing. Yeah. Go over here, we do that, and it's fine. All right, so now game pad. Gamepad. Game pad is what? It's in the input, maybe. The GLRS over here. I think input controller. This over here. I should initialize this with input used too, so that like whenever we actually update the input used and find input used, import that. Expected 3 arguments found 4. Why is this error still existing here? Why is the Rust analyzer so stupid? I hate it. Alright. Maybe if I actually change the code here. That's how you get rid of it. You change it with no actual changes, then the error disappears. Alright. So now, when am I using the gamepad stuff, for example, right? Let's see. Over here, handle GilRS. If we have an event, this is Helix? No, this is NeoVim. Helix doesn't have... I don't know, what's the current status on Helix? Helix plugin system. Is it there? Is it done? We're going to add Steel as an optional plugin system. It's a draft. So this is still like a draft. This is still working. Rust version 181. It is a scheme interpreter. So yeah, this is still a draft. It's still going, right? They're going to add the Lispy thing as a way to configure Helix. I like the Helix, the default, more than NeoVim default. And I hate the fact that NeoVim doesn't have multi-cursor, but NeoVim is still better than Helix if combined with all the plugins that it has. Givenchy. Yo, activate Linux. I cannot activate Linux, I don't have the money. I need to wishlist my game. And then buy it when we release it. So that we have the money to activate the Linux, okay? Go wishlist the game right now. Why? Because the game is good. Why? The game is really good. You should try it. There is a demo available. You can play it. It's a puzzle game. If you like puzzles. If you don't like puzzles, you will like this puzzle. The game is good. Which Linux am I using? I'm using NixOS. Nix, by the way. Hopefully one day he'll get rich as a game dev and then he can activate his Linux. Exactly. Exactly. Alright, so basically I think, is this how it should work? If I get any event from the from any gamepad, so like what are the events that we can even get, right? This is the gamepad event. We have gamepad ID, event type, system type. Event type is something like if either a button was pressed, or yeah, I guess like disconnected or dropped. Also like should be ignored, right? So like yeah, if we disconnect the gamepad, then probably I should not have like. But if you have just connected a gamepad, then I should start showing the controls, right? Or you have actually like pressed some button. Or like change the access, right? So yeah, let me just match event here, right? Just so that we have all of these here. So we do this, 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 that, or if it is connected. So in these cases, we say that self input used set to input used gamepad, right? There you go. In this case, if it's disconnected or dropped, we just do nothing. right? Actually doesn't have any data associated with it. Nix is great. Nix is best. Yes. Nix is good. Nix is bad. Nix is life. Because that's what it does. It replaces your life. You try using it. So maybe you shouldn't. So there you go. Yeah, we say that input used is gamepad. If I try, if so, basically, if something happened with the gamepad, then that's our currently input that is being used, right? And similarly to that, if I press a button on a keyboard or if I move my mouse, then over here, right? Yeah, over here, match event. See here. So we have a mouse press. We have mouse release. We have cursor moved. We have a raw mouse move, sure. We have a wheel. I guess wheel is also like that. We also have the touch. Is there like I mean, potentially people can have. Wait, do you have a touch screen on a Steam Deck? Do you have touch screen on a Steam Deck? You guys have Steam Decks? Steam Deck is touchscreen. Yeah. So basically, this means that if I have a touch, yeah. So like right now, I'm only like showing the fact that you're using a touch screen. That like the touch screen tutorial. If you are using the touch, if we are on mobile is being detected if I'm compiling to Android or iOS, basically. But on Steam Deck, it is still a normal Linux build, but we have the touch screen, right? So this should work similarly. Where this should say that our input used is input used touch now, right? But can I detect that we are running on a Steam Deck and not on a desktop Linux though? Can I detect a Steam Deck? On the Steam Deck, the system's DMI data includes identifiable strings, sysclass, DMI ID product. Look for Steam Deck specific environment variables. Oh, there's an environment variable? Steam Deck. Steam Deck runs under GameScope by default, but I think GameScope can be used on the other things too. It looks like Steam Deck is the best way, right? Just the environment variable. Is this documented? Steam Deck. Okay. Link to Steam Deck and docs. I don't need to... I asked for a link, you stupid thing. Sources. None of this is the documentation. Dum, dum. So the Steam Deck works as a dev environment in a pinch. That's a different thing. Yeah. I just want to have confirmation. If the game is launched through Steam, you find these environment variables. Steam Deck present to is set to 1. Alright, where is the documentation for that? Environment variable. It's impossible to find this. How does ChatGPT know this information? I cannot find it. I mean, I can just try trusting ChatGPT, but I cannot. I don't have it. Testing. Environment variable stream pipe. That's a different thing, right? Steam pipe. Yeah. Well, not formally documented by Valve. The Steam Deck environment variable is often set to 1 on Steam Deck. Right, whatever. I mean, I will maybe try this. Android. Oh, source lib over here. Input used over here, right? So right now I'm just setting the touch on mobile and keyboard and mouse on the PC. But I guess also, I guess it is mobile or STD and var Steam Deck is equal to OK1 dot is okay and it's equal to 1. Would this be helpful? Wait. Steam Deck is next generation handheld device. Steam Deck. Steam Deck. Maybe I can search the Steamworks documentation. If I search for Steam underscore deck. Oh shit. If I search for Steam underscore deck, it shows me Steam Space Deck. Can I get rid of that? No, this search is bad. I want to search only for Steam underscore deck. I mean, there's only 19 results, but none of them contains the word Steam underscore deck. I think it's fine. I can just assume that ChatGPT is right here, and the Steam Deck environment variable should be okay. So like, if it is a Steam Deck or on mobile, then we default to like showing the touch, right? And that's it. But if you connect the keyboard and you press something on the keyboard, it would be used as a keyboard. It's fine. Verbal key is not bound in all patterns. Okay, so over here, if I have a mouse or a key event, then input used set input used keyboard and mouse. And I'm down for some Rust FMT bashing. Is there a setting for Rust FMT now that you have joined? Hello, Raymarch. Is there a setting so that this over here would be formatted as so? Because I hate the fact that the first line is like that. Is there a setting for Rust FMT? I'm just using the default ones. But I hate this. Like, you see, like, the first and all the others, they look different. It's the same as a trailing comma, but a leading vertical bar is what I want. It's called Rust FMT skip. No. You can like we can have Rust FMT.toml or something. Let's take a look. Rust FMT configuration. Configuring Rust FMT. We just say Rust FMT.toml, right? There you go. Configuration options. Configuration options. What would it be looking like? I want a vertical bar, right? Match arm leading pipes. Controls whether to include a leading pipe on match arms. Never is a default. Possible values always, never preserve. There you go. You can do that. You can just do the preserve. Instead of skipping, it will preserve if you have did it manually, basically, right? It would preserve it. I maybe always is better. I don't know. Let's try this here. Rust FMT toml. Match arms. Leading pipes is always. You have ultra custom config for shame, couldn't stand it. This is the first time I have configured anything. Cargo FMT. Let's see. Yeah. It changed a bunch of code. Wait, hold on. So this means that the vertical bar is always there even when we have only a single option, right? Here. Epic always is not preserved. Yeah, I know. I mean, I would guess like my preferred way would be to have it, to have the leading one only if we have like a pattern with a vertical bar already. So like if there is a single vertical bar, then we should have the leading vertical bar, you know? If there's like no OR happening, then there should be no vertical bars, maybe. I don't know. Or maybe this is actually good. I'm just trying to think about this. Is this good or not? Like for the sake of cast and do I want this in cast? How do I want this in cast actually? You know? Like on one case, this like you know, when you're matching with just okay, like you need to like when reading code and reading this code, you need to like understand that you're right now inside a match to understand this, right? But when you see a vertical bar, it is like more obvious, you know what I mean? Like in C you have the switch, but then you have the case keyword on the inside, right? This is like the same thing. You have the case keyword here in the form of the vertical bar. Is this a good thing? What do you think? A vertical bar in the beginning. What's your code? Oh, okay, let's take a look at Ray Marsh's code. Gray March. Gray March's code should be the best code in existence of Rust, right? Because he put so much thought, probably at least a year of thinking went into the formatting here. Like take a look at just like the usages, right? He's documenting the way he uses things. So this means that you are not actually using Rust Analyzer to add the imports, right? You do this. Why don't you group them? You don't like them being grouped? Only for librs? Why don't you why do you like repeating this? You know, you can just do front-end encoding rasterizer, and then you open the curly bracket, and then you specify all the things that you want to import, right? I don't know. This makes every single thing on its own line. I don't know. Simpler? Is that the idea? Because you can comment out easier? True. True. But I mean, you could still have them on each on their own line, even with the curly bracket, I guess. You can Control F search if something is in the public API. Okay. Interesting. All right. Rust FMT skip. There you go. There you go. There you go. Wait, can you not just have the this being skipped automatically, like whatever is being used here, just have it in the Rust config, in the Rust FMT toml config, so that you don't need the skip annotations? So this is the librs, right? All that is in this file is this is just all of the re-exports, and they are all really structured so that you can read the librs to see what is in the public API. Is the idea, right? What if we look at docs.rs shame? Is the docs here? All right, this is the old version, right? So we cannot even look at that. Do you have the deployed version of this documentation? I'm just wondering how this looks, and can you control the way it looks in the docs too? Still waiting for some feedback. Okay. I mean, I don't know. You could like deploy the documentation to like GitHub pages, for example. Like I am assuming, right, from the master branch. Some crates do that. All right, let's see front end texture traits. Texture formats, texture array. Underscore 1D. I actually hate this. And I like, okay, I mean, I understand, and I hate this. I didn't think about this one too much. But what if we just allow identifiers with numbers in a programming language? So you could just do texture shape : 1D. In cast, you mean? I mean, you know? What do you think about that, Ray March? So basically, if we have a number, and then we have some letters, that is an identifier. I guess it would like depend on the letters though, right? Like 0x is like a hex. Then you can't have 3 ms for milliseconds. But do you need 3 ms for milliseconds to be done without a space, or do when you write this, you probably won't, you like if you could write 3 ms like this, right? Isn't that even better? I don't know, like it's not very often coming up, but sometimes it does. All right, anyway, let's go back. Can I how do I remove all of the committed things? I don't want this right now. Remove all reset all of the uncommitted changes. How do I do this? Can I do it in lazy git? Discard unstaged changes. There you go. The command is checkout -- dot. Lazy git has an open PR for to do that. I mean, it was merged. All right, I will remove rust.fmt for now. Okay, I was doing something. Remarch, you distracted me like always. But if we want to talk about syntax, by the way, Remarch, hold on. I had another thing that I wanted to tell you. So you know how in you wanted like x, you wanted x assigned to 5, right, with an arrow, right? So I realized why this is bad and why we are not going to do this. What if we do because like I'm really used, and I will assume that you're also used to saying something like x plus equal 5. So what do we change this syntax into, right? Because like, what do you do? Plus arrow like this? Is that what you want? So because we want a plus equal, we want to have the equal, right? You know? So we don't want the arrow. All right, what do you say to that? Okay, let me try connecting the gamepad. So I'm just going to turn it on, right? And maybe the game is going to detect it automatically. Hold on. Should like press something. Oh, that's a different thing. Hold on. Where's my dongle? You guys seen my like receiver for the gamepad? Look it. Oh, there it is. Easy, introduce a general syntax for mutably applying a binary function to the left-hand side. Have a function dot applied by doing dot exclamation mark or whatever. And use that syntax for operators as well. No special case, everyone's happy. Hold on a second. Wait. Oh, yeah. Did you see this? This thing, they disappeared. It happened when I connected the... Yeah. So like, look at this. I'm going to unplug the gamepad, and then I plug it back in. It's going to detect the thing. And then it's like it hides the tutorial for keyboard because I'm now using the gamepad, right? As soon as I press on a keyboard, it's going to reappear the tutorial for the keyboards. Yes, yes, easy. Okay, nice. Yeah, and now we just need to have the tutorial for the gamepad like as a separate thing, basically. Okay, that's it. Gamepad, you served me well. You can be turned off again for a while. And by the way, if we do something like this, Steam Deck is 1, right? Then we are going to... No, we are not going to see the thing. Unless I go into it immediately, right? So level is chapter 1 basic move. Is that what it's called? Yes. I do this and then I do Steam Deck is 1. Yes. So if Steam Deck actually does set this environment variable, then we will see the touch control tutorial. Okay. Good. Tutorial dependent on input used. Okay. But we probably want to have a gamepad. How do we draw a gamepad? Movement, gamepad. What's a gamepad looking like, guys? So something like this. Maybe I should search it up. Gamepad scheme or something. If they like, how do you differentiate between the top button, the shoulder, and trigger? I want to have only one view, not 2 views, right? So can you have that? Well, I guess you kind of like do it at like a little as a mix like this, right? That's how you draw it. Right, I'm just going to do a sketch, then maybe Davey will make it better. I feel like I need a bigger sprite. I don't know. Like we need 4 buttons here, basically, right? Let me see. So I have like this thing, and then I have 4 buttons. I mean, I can have a bigger sprite, sure. I can. But like, let me see. I would do something like this, right? At least like this is how my controller looks like. you know. We have 2. Actually, it is over here for me. This thing is empty, so this over here is where it is located. Right? Is this even the same size? It is nice. Actually symmetrical on the first try. You could just draw the buttons instead of the entire gamepad. Yeah, so like I want the tutorial for the left stick here, right? Because we move with like the left stick or the D-pad. I want to show how to move left and right now, not the buttons, right? If the controls here is only about these 4 buttons on the right side, then yes. But how do you do it about the left stick, right? But I guess you're right. We don't need the full thing. Maybe we can just have the gamepad and like just have the 2 sticks, right? What if I do the stick as like the bottom up view like this? You know? So this is one stick and this is the other stick. You know what I mean? Or is it better to have it as a top down? Maybe as a top down is better. And like have it as a circle, like so, right? And then this one is probably like a little grayed out. Let me see. We will also do this. Right? Okay, but I want how do I make this right one be done differently? Excuse me, that the bottom right corner has 2 steps. The bottom right corner has 2 steps? Oh. It's yeah, I thought yeah, it just I don't know, I moved something incorrectly, I guess. There we go. I will change the shape. We also should move it to like higher if we want to like on the same background. Right? I guess like in order to like say that this is not actually used in this tutorial, we can do something like that maybe potentially. You know, like maybe that's how we say that it's like this is not the one that we are actually looking at, and this one is going to be animated, or is it like if I just animate this one, then it's already understandable, right? We only have these 4 colors right now. Maybe like if I don't have a new one, it would be better. Or like what if I use this, right? What if I use this? Like it's a ghost, right? Maybe that makes more sense. Let's have it a little higher. And let's have it a little bit more to the left. Like this. Spoopy. Alright, and then let's have it be in the middle. Like so. Alright, this is good. For like the 2 things, maybe? Right, so then we will just have the animation, which makes this move a little bit to the left. And then and then a little bit to the right over here. And like so. Maybe when it's moved, we can do like the thing like so. All right, and maybe this is good enough. Let's just try. And have that. Sets. Tutorial movement gamepad. Movement game. What game engine do I use? I use a custom game engine, own game engine. To keep them the same and apply change to the target of interest. The handle is not the same size anymore. After the corner change, the handles are not the same size anymore. Wait, which handles? Oh, like the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, you're right. I'm not sure if like having the same but having only one of them animated is better than having this as a ghost. Like because like this is the only one that you're supposed to look at, so having only this one drawn, I think makes sense. I'll just try that. Okay, I need to implement it though. Movement. So show only gamepad, tutorial movement, gamepad. Right? Okay. I also don't want to remove the thing, which is the touch control. So can I editor? Let me see. Is there like maybe a key that I can hold so that I don't remove? Use tool, right? So use tool. Delete underneath. Yeah, delete underneath and not control left. Oh yeah, there we go. So I can use control left and then I don't delete the thing underneath. All right, that's good to know. Just run. Right one is bigger by 1 pixel. Well, not anymore, right? So let's go into the editor. I go here. And then I say that I have a tutorial with gamepad. It doesn't have the icon in the editor, so yeah. And then over here, there's an invisible tutorial for the touch too. So we just do control click. And I think it's there. Oh, wait, hold on. It doesn't work. Control clicking doesn't work because control means like instant camera control. I should have a different key for that then. What should this key be? Alt left. Maybe? Alt left. Sure. Caps lock. I don't know. We will like we don't worry about the editor too much. It's not going to be public yet. Tutorial gamepad over here. We save this file. Okay, so yeah, they just run into this level, right? So over here we have this. Then if I say something like Steam Deck is 1, the touch control is still there, and then if we want to have the gamepad, then I just connect it, and we have the yeah, there we go. That's the tutorial for the gamepad. You think this is I think this is nice, right? We have the left stick for movement. Wait a second, there was no goal rendered for some reason, and also I panicked. Oh no, I didn't panic, I just quitted. Make it go 2 pixels out instead of 1? Yeah, maybe. I can also make it bigger, I think. Did I remove, though, in this level something? No, I didn't remove. Yeah, I only added this tutorial movement for gamepad. Why do I not see the goal? Oh, wait, hold on. The goal is not shown. Wait, what? The goal is not shown over there. Oh, wait a second. I think I know why. Or do I? Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, I think I know why. It's because of the caching. Stupid caching, it like breaks everything. Yeah, I do still win. Like it's just the rendering. The rendering is bad. The rendering is bad. It's because I cached one thing, so it's like remove the cache when the input use change. Yeah, cache is like the worst part here. I don't know how to do it so it's not like breaking all the time. But we need to say that I have these draw args. We have the cache. And inside the cache we have like input used. Mutable state, am I right? Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not like, I mean, it would be like, I mean, yeah. I guess mutable state. But it's not only about the mutable state, it's about like what is the hash key, right? Even if I didn't have the mutable state, like if I use the pure language like Haskell, right? Like I'm caching based on the key, and if the like since the input used is determining how I'm rendering things, it should be part of the cache key, basically, right? So it's not even about the mutable state. It's about like that, you know, right? Keep telling yourself that. Redraw cache textures over here is true. So previously it only depended on the full stack entities, right? Redraw. So this or self input used get is not equal to cache input used. Cache input used is self input used get. Whatever. I hate this code. But it's going to work, right? So yeah, there we go. Now it's existing there. All right, and then you wanted me to make some changes. Yeah, I think it could be bigger. It's like it's looking very small. So what if I just make it like bigger, like this? You know? Think it would be better, or is it better to just move it a little further? Those are the two options, right? Like this. Yeah, I guess I like that more. Does it need to be bigger? Maybe it's a little bit too close. Maybe it should be moved. Linksider. Whatever. Can I have 3D-ish poking out? Yeah. I want to move these closer. I think. Yeah, this is better. Right? Perfect. Perfect. Right, so we have the tutorial. This is the first level. First level tutorial is done, I think. Maybe I would like to change the so like the keyboard tutorial I think is good. The keyboard tutorial is good. We have left, right, or AD, right? And then this is good. How about yeah, so how about like the making Steam Deck 1 the touch control like this. The touch control I like I just want it to be drawn a little better. Touch. Right. So I think we get rid of these arrows. We get rid of these arrows. We get rid of these arrows. And I guess I get rid of this one too. So we start by that, you know? We start by just pressing the button down. Like this. Right? So this is a finger. Then you press the finger. And then you start moving it left and right. Yeah? Feels like I need one more frame here. What is 192 plus 48? in the calculator. 48 plus 92, 240. And this. Wait a second. How many pixels is that? 1, 2, 5, right? It's showing me the selection. Yeah. It's 5. So then I just move this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like this. I think I need actually one more. 88. So that we can move the finger back. I guess before lifting it. Let's see how this looks. Can Desperate generate this shit for you from keyframes? Yeah. But I mean, it would be better, I guess, if I... so, like, the game loads right now a PNG file, right? Which expects a sprite sheet in a specific way. I could instead have a loader which loads the A-sprite file directly. So that we actually store it as an animation and not just a like, static file. Anonymous gifter gifted sub to Rust Sucks. Thank you very much. I agree, Rust sucks. It just sucks a little less than all the other options. Alright, mod that guy. Rust sucks. I don't even think that's hold on. Rust sucks. Oh, Rust sucks is here. I don't know. Keep lurking here for this moment to come out. Ticap probably was the guy who gifted the thing to the Rust sucks. Then who else would be someone that we can suspect in gifting the sub here? I don't know. Well, it's fine. It's fine. I use Rust. Rust sucks. Sure. TCAP uses C++. C++ also sucks. I guess TCAP agrees with that too because he's not even using C++ the right way anyway. Right? Boop, 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 boop. Okay, what do we do? I want to go to the next one, right? Tutorial first level is now actually good. Everything sort of sucks. Yeah, that's what I said. Yes, everything sucks. That's why we're making our own programming language now. You know, Crust. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that. I saw a little bit of Toading working on that. It's cursed. No, it's I don't know. Array math. I for a second thought that Ray March was in Toading codebase. Yeah, it's Rust that looks like C. Yes, yes, yes. It's funny, but it sucks. Toading is hating a lot on stream. Hating what? I don't know. I don't watch him too much. I mean, he. I would assume he's joking a lot of the time too. But yeah, I don't know. Um. Like, you know, being toxic sometimes can be entertaining, right? But I guess there's like sometimes maybe there is too much of it or something. There is a line somewhere where toxic becomes not fun anymore. But yeah, I would assume that he's doing it for views. Toxic is good for views, right? Worse of a problem for misinformation than Primogen. You don't go for them for information though, right? That's not what you watch them for. They are streamers that are trying to be entertaining. It's a different goal than spreading information. Right? What are we coding? I'm making a game. You have the there is the trailer playing all the time here, but specifically, I guess trying to work on the tutorial today to improve the tutorial. Improve the tutorial on the first level. It's now animated and stuff. Okay, here's what I did not like. I don't want this tutorial to be seen on the preview, right? That's what I don't like. Let's get rid of that. Draw preview, render preview. What's the preview? Preview. Inner level preview. Preview texture. Oh, Brainoid. I remember that he talked about unsized types and he didn't get it and called everyone brain dead. Do you think when I was reading the book about homotopy, I don't know, were you here? I was reading a book about homotopy type theory, right? And I don't know if I say something like I don't see how math is useful. Actually, is it this like insulting for mathematicians, for example? Could it be like also seen as toxic? He was here for homotopy type theory. I don't know. Maybe I could have said something. There's a big difference. I don't see how Axe versus people who thinks Axe is good are brain dead. All right. Well, I do say sometimes that. I do say sometimes something similar, maybe, about people who code in languages that I don't like Python, like all those dynamic languages, or like Go, right? Or I mean, maybe I don't really say that people are brain dead. I'm just saying that I completely disagree with the ideas. That something like that is simple. It's the opposite. He was here too, didn't understand shit. I don't know if there was anyone who understood a thing. Python bad based. Yeah. Well, okay. So I guess like the difference is that like if you say that like Zig is trash, then this is not toxic, right? Because I'm not saying that Zig programmers are like trash humans, right? I'm just saying that the language itself is trash. So like being toxic, like targeting my toxicity towards a language is not toxic, right? It's like only toxic if I target humans, right? Is that right? Or audio was choppy? Whoops. Yeah. I don't know if you heard what I was saying, but I was saying that I guess the difference is that you are hating like software versus hating like people. Being toxic towards people is different than just thinking that some software is bad, right? Maybe. All right, preview texture. Generate preview. This is what I want to look at. So when I'm generating the preview, I want to draw the game a little bit differently. I want to draw the game a little bit differently. So I want to have the cache. Yes, so the cache is not default over here. I will say cache is cache. I don't know. I can put this in the cache. Whatever. No, not in the cache. Hold on. Maybe it's in the actual arguments then. Draw level. Focus layer, cache. Group. I want mode. Oh yeah, there we go. We have normal or we have editor, right? I guess this is the thing. Yeah. So I just need to have a third mode, right? Preview. There we go. Normal editor and preview. That's what I want. It's a huge difference. What they do is that it will take possible statements that you can prove are wrong, and then call everyone stupid. All right. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's wrong, but also, I don't know. I also don't think that, like, how do you, like, you, like, like, being offended by what they say is also stupid, don't you think? Like, it doesn't matter, right? By what anyone says. Cringe and dumb. Well, on the other hand, like you're saying, like it makes something cringe, but cringe is good, right? In a certain way. It depends on your goals. Sometimes you want cringe. It leads to, I don't know, like it leads to engagement. Like you see, you guys are like talking about this in chat now, right? So it leads to like activity in chat, which is good for a streamer, basically. Right? So if I wanted to grow my channel, I need to start doing something cringe. Right? Cringe, but for my audience. Maybe, I don't know. All right, so we have the preview here. Preview. Mode. Where is the mode being used? Mode. We have mode in the draw arguments. Mode. Mode. If mode is editor, then we draw the editor. That's all there is, right? Yeah. So we find the input used, right? So over here, I just say that if args dot mode is equal to preview, draw mode, preview mode is just mode. Preview, then return false. We just don't draw these things at all. Occasional tactful cringe is funny if it's self-aware, but the problem is that these streamers hide the self-awareness. It still is there. Why is it still there? It show only return false. I think there is a problem in the public opinion on technology changes based entirely on false premises. This happens a lot in graphics API discussions. Heard a little bit of Rust and the cow was mad at me all the time. The cow? Did you even use cows? Cow. Moo. Hold on, let me add the emoji over here. Why is this not working? Worst insults are from people who don't even know Rust. I remember, like, I remember John Blow was talking about Rust, and why Rust is bad. And I remember John Blow being wrong about things. I remember that. Don't even remember the exact details though. I don't watch the streamers too much. But I think Primogen was also talking something about Rust that I didn't agree, that was wrong. At least one time. But I mean, at the same time, I didn't see a problem with that. Like I'm assuming things about some languages too, right? Being wrong is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Rust was one of the main influences in the first GI presentation. Wait. What do you mean GI presentation? Was there actually a presentation, or GI presentation? I thought there's like no information about Giant. Like all the information is there from like the streams, basically. No? YouTube a programming language for games. Programming. Hold on. Programming language for games. Oh, this is like the full playlist. Have you tried Jai, TCAP?
It's a talk with ideas about a new programming language for games.
Okay. That was so from 2014. Okay. Is there any recent things though about it? It would be nice to trash talk Jai, but like I cannot because I didn't try and it's not public. Diablo is so not usually right. He will die on hills that are entirely probably wrong. Manchester 10 minutes in. Alright, I'm not going to react to that. I'm not a React streamer, guys, alright? It's a slippery slope. You start as a React streamer, but then you start calling people stupid, and then everyone hates you. Right? Suddenly you're toxic. Why is this code not working? Args mode is preview. One of his major mistakes was probably creating Jai. I don't know. I mean, Jai, like what I heard about the language, like there's a lot of good ideas in it. Still, like similar as like Zig, for example. It's not like new ideas, but like making the ideas more popular is good. Making good ideas more popular is good, even although like not all of the ideas of the language, or even most of them, are something that I would disagree with. I don't think it is a mistake. We need more languages, and like eventually there will be a good language. We just need more of them, right? If mode is preview, then return false. I mean, yes. This code is supposed to work. Or draw level with the preview mode. When I'm generating the preview, yes. Oh, maybe generating the preview. Hold on. Generate preview. Is this being used for the play? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Okay. I mean, it literally. Oh wait, I didn't save this file. I hate this. I hate this thing when my files are sometimes not saved. I need autosave for Vim. That's the reason why my code is not working. I literally just didn't save the file. Or like reflection streams where you give commentary. React streams are engagement bait, but without real purpose. If you try doing this, I think your old and current viewers will tell you if you are close to crossing a line. Alright, so what should I react to? Oh, I mean, like, reflection. What do you mean reflection stream? There we go, we don't have this thing anymore. Right? We have the tutorial that is hidden on the preview of the level. Nice. Finally. Hide tutorial on previews. If your goal is to write games, you don't really need a new language. Yes, true. But I would assume, like you know, I am also making, like, my goal kind of is to make games, right? But I'm also making a language. Like, I could see how, like you know, it's just fun. You know, like I guess like the making game is not like the actual goal. The actual goal is to just have fun. And like when you are, yeah, you know, I think that's, you should react to cakes just for the lulz. I think language improvement in some of the biggest steps you can make to making the process less complex. Well, yeah. But I think like it takes a lot of time to like get to the initial level where the language is usable to make a game, right? But once you have that, then you can like change things quickly to I don't know. Yeah. If the goal is to make games, then making a language definitely is the wrong thing to do. But like the goal is not just making games. I think for John Blow 2. What in these joys of programming as one of its philosophies? Yeah. Will Cast eventually be used for game dev? That's the goal, yeah. It probably will be used actually pretty soon. I like we already have the bot working with Cast, right? So like this message is being replied, it's been like interpreted. It's like I can use it basically as an embedded scripted language already. So we can move the game development into Cast gradually, move some small parts into it, use it as a scripting engine first, and then rewrite more and more parts. Yeah. Maybe like, what's the next game jam? What's the next game jams? A big one. Maybe like GMTK, right? When is next GMTK? It's relatively soon, right? Although GMTK is like 2 days. Like if I want to use the language for a game, it would probably be better if I was participating in a game jam, which is like at least a week maybe. Like HIO jams. Like if it's like a week, because 2 days is too small maybe for something that requires work on the language, like in addition to working on the game, right? Pixel game jam, any jam starts in 2 months, last 2 days. Isn't Rust good enough? No, it's not. Rust is bad. Rust is improving slowly, but it's improving very, very slowly. Definitely not for game dev. No, Rust is good for game dev. Why not? No. So here's where I, for example, and John Blow disagree. John Blow, I think he's like I don't see borrow checker as something that prevents you from prototyping quickly. That's not the issue. I see the only issue with Rust for game dev and like the quick prototyping in the like compilation times. Yes, that's something that I agree with. Other things, they don't really matter much. It's all a skill issue. If you cannot prototype, and if you are fighting the borrow checker, that's a skill issue. Too many hassles, it can't go hot reload, doesn't compile quickly. Project sizes are massive. It cannot hot reload. No, there is hot reloading. Hold on, let me see. Fireworks RS. You guys know this engine. I mean, if you use Rust, don't use Bevy. Bevy is too much hype without actual, like, things. As far as I understand, Is there in Firefox hot reloading? I'm not sure. Hot reloading. There's asset hot reloading. Yeah, there we go. Code hot reloading. Firefox supports hot reloading, which allows you to recompile the game code while the game is running. And here's the something where they show how it's done. Really, you can hot reload with a little bit of unsafe. What did they change? Hold on, the size. Yeah, over here, right? They set scale over here to 001, and then they changed it to 002. They recompiled, and the thing became bigger, right? So like hot reloading is working. The hot reloading is like if you are making your own custom engine, I guess, is something that you would need to like think about, right? Is there hot reloading for Bevy? I think I saw something. Bevy hot reloading. Hot reloading Rust. There we go. I mean, it's possible, right? Hot lib reload allows you to change Rust code on the fly without restart. It works on Linux, Mac OS, and Windows. Damn caveats. Undefined behavior. Maybe. I don't know. Like, if it works for some simple cases, then it's like already like good enough, right? I don't feel like the need for hot reloading too much, though. What if you want to use, say, macro quad and hot reload? You see now. Well, I mean, I don't know. You should look into how like hot reloading works in general, I guess. Like there's definitely ways to do it. You just need to understand. I guess like the simplest way to do hot reloading is that basically like let's say that you have like your game in macro quad, right? But your actual logic is extracted into a library with like C API kind of, right? And then you compile your library into, I don't know, like WebAssembly or a DLL. Like I guess it's like, I guess like usually they maybe like do a DLL or something, and then a DL open, DL close something, right? So you compile a part of your code that you actually want to be hot reloaded into a library, and then you detect the file being changed, and then you like reload the DLL, and then that's how it works, I would assume, right? I don't know, I didn't look into it too much. But I guess the limitation would be that you cannot have like generics, for example, there, right? Because you need to expose a C API. But still, it will be like enough for a lot of cases. I don't personally think that hot reloading is that necessary. If you want to change something, then you just make that something be available, not in code. Like you don't inline constants, right? That's why we have config.toml file here. So like all of my things that I might want to change are specified in the config file. You make config file, you don't hard code the constants, right? Like how many times have I tried compiling the code in the last hour? It doesn't matter that it compiles for like 10-15 seconds. Because I'm constantly being distracted by something anyway. Imagine separating data from your code. Who would even do that? Yeah, so like, and by the way, like the idea for cast, for example, is I'm making a programming language myself, right? The idea for cast, that's what John Blow does too. No hot code reload, just hot variable file reload. Oh, I see. Yeah. Wait, is that by design in his language? So, but for my language, for cast, the idea is that the language should be both compilable and interpretable. So, and you want to be able to compile parts of your code and interpret some parts of your code. So, like, you want to have the split somewhere, right? Like for the code that you need to be fast, you will compile it. For the code that like you are playing with, you make it interpreted. And it's all the same language, and eventually, instead of interpreting, you just compiling the whole thing or as like the final release. That's like the rough idea of what I want to do. I don't know if there's like a lot of examples of languages that are both compiled and interpreted. Like I know that there is that Haskell is compilable, but then there's GHCI, which is like the interpreter or something, right? You can technically, there are technical interpreters for C, I guess, right? C interpreter. But I don't know if like people actually use that stuff. There is an interpreter for Rust. It's called Miri, but it's slow as fuck. So it's not like, it's only been used for like checking for undefined behavior, for correctness of your code, I guess, right? Debugging unsafe code. Common Lisp implementations usually compile functions when you define it on the REPL. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, you interpret, but your interpreted has a like a JIT compiler, I guess, right? To make it faster. Yeah. Yeah, right now my interpreter is just an interpreter, but I could have a JIT. And then the interpreter would be faster. Yeah. Like I should probably I will need to do that. I remember when I was solving the advent of code, it was like super slow. But it is right now like really slow because I was cloning a lot of things all the time in the current implementation. But yeah, like it's not, it's just because the implementation is not very good yet. Nothing stops the interpreter from being like fast and being cheated. And like since my language that I'm interpreting has all the type information, the JIT can actually compile everything to the same like very efficient code as like a normal compiler, I would assume, right? Like you use LLVM, LLVM can do JITting, right? With all the same optimizations. So there should be no even like performance cost when you are doing the interpreter. The only cost is like when the compilation actually happens, upfront or just in time, right? There's an actual Rust interpreter out there intended for embedded scripting, not Miri. Is there? I didn't hear anything about that. I know that I've seen the alternative like compiler for Rust that's compiling for .NET. I'm wondering if that has something like that would help it be faster. Want your game engine project to be used? Make your interpreted gameplay layer run on JavaScript. I'm just trying to think of languages that use JavaScript as a scripted language. And I cannot think of a single one. There's Godot with basically Python. I don't know. I didn't research much of the game engines. Unity did JavaScript some time ago. I thought Unity was always C#. All right, yeah, I don't know much about the engines. The reason I'm having my own custom engine is not because I want my engine, but because like back in the day, when you searched on like the internet how to make a game, you were presented with tutorials how to like draw and triangle with OpenGL. It's because that's what was the first like search result basically for how to make a game. That's why I started making engines for myself instead of using existing ones. If I run across it again, I'll throw it your way. The interpreter for Rust. I mean, I can search it. Rust interpreter. There's Miri. Is there a Rust interpreter? No. There's currently no Rust interpreter. At least there was not 5 years ago. You can use EVCXR. There's a new terminal. Then a new terminal, like, run this. Then type your Rust code to evaluate. Panic. I don't know. EVCXR, whatever that is. Evaluation context for Rust. A Rust REPL. The first game dev tutorial I ever watched was using Java and old OpenGL. I think I was doing something like Nihi Productions. You know that name? Nihi Productions. Everything OpenGL. I think this is what I was learning. Lesson 0105. Where is it? Where's the OpenGL tutorial? Is it still existing? There's WebGL. No. Tutorial. Lessons. Where's the actual lesson? Hello? This is not the lesson. Where is it? Where's the link? Is it deleted from the internet? The OpenGL tutorial. Yeah, this thing. Yeah, I remember this texture. This texture is something that I remember. This thing. The maze. With the faces. LWJGL. I used that only like a lot later. Once. When I was trying Java. But yeah. Alright, anyway, what I was doing. We were trying to make more tutorials. Just run. Twine uses JavaScript. So here is the first level. It's working. Now we want the second level, basic rotation. So this tutorial is bad, right? Why is this tutorial bad? Because it says R, right? But like you're trying to see this, you've tried pressing R, nothing happens, right? You're supposed to actually reset after you cannot play the game anymore. So I guess this tutorial for you pressing R should only happen if you cannot, if you are like falling over here, right? So I don't think we want to like have a general solver of puzzles for this game would be probably possible, but I don't think we're going to do that for the tutorial, right? I think we just want to detect if the player is in this area, then I will show this thing, right? That's what I want. So if the player falls down, then we highlight the R. And by saying highlight the R, I think we want to just highlight this thing actually. I'm not even sure. I don't even think that we should have this over here. right? We have this button on the UI, and I just highlight it. I make it highlighted somehow. Bam, 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 bam. The unique history not come from any game engines? I don't know. It's because I started programming a long time ago. I think the people who started programming that long ago, they probably also... didn't do much game engines, I don't know. Well, I mean, I guess technically my first thing that I used to make games was Pygame, right? Pygame it maybe can be treated as a game engine, I don't know. Probably not. Alright, so what do we do here? I think we remove this, right? And we make this thing on the UI, I'll say, like something. We will have a highlight for this. Maybe... I think I know. I know. So we want to draw a thing. Just Rob, hello. My definition of game engine is where you can drag and drop an asset into a viewport. Yeah, then I never use a game engine, I guess. Like if Bevy is not a game engine, then right? So I never actually, I literally never tried a game engine then. That's the first thing you ever made in OpenGL. Let's see. The first thing? That full screen button didn't work. That's the first thing? There's no way. You did this before a triangle? Start with a triangle, then become a quad and a cube, and then maybe cubes. And wobble. Alright, let me see. So we have a thing which is called UI. UI is its own like tile set over here, right? This is my UI. But if I want to have an animation, then I would like make its own thing. Probably, but the size of that thing should probably be... Wait a second. Wait a second. When we press a button, they become wider. Guys, did you know that? That's how it works in our game, apparently. I didn't know that. But it's not true about all the buttons. This button doesn't get squished. It's all GL vertex and GL color. No shaders, no nothing. Yeah. GL begin, GL end. That's how I was doing it. Too. What is this? I think this is not being used at all. GL push metrics. Oh, GL push was actually good. And then I remember when like I was using the pushes all the time, and then like when OpenGL like 3 or something, right, came out, you were supposed to do it without the pushing. So I had to implement my own pushing. It was a little annoying. The pushing and popping of the state. Yeah. Okay, so I think what we do is this. Copy. We create a new thing like that. Maybe say canvas size, say 48 by 48, right? So this is our button. And then I will make it be, so what is the color with which I would highlight it? White, right? So maybe we just do this. Ah, shit. We just do this. I save that as UI effects. Button highlight. Okay, so we have assets. UI effects. Now let's have it somewhere over here. Button highlight sprite. Shit. So inside the game, for button in buttons. So we just draw a button here, right? So here's the idea, I guess. We just I just say that let's do this. If button is button button type is reset. We call it reset. Okay, sure. And like this over here is going to be probably just hard coded. Just when we do this is different. Draw a sprite sheet. Theme. Wait, does the theme matter? Sprite sheet. Self assets. UI effects. Button highlight. Frame buffer. Self UI camera. Color. This T. Playtime. Timer. Wait, what is timer? Tick. Timer is just having a tick now. Self dot. What's playtime? I think playtime is wrong. I guess not exactly. Yeah, it's okay. No, it is playtime. Yeah, it's not game time. It's playtime. It's different. So that's right. And then transform would be button base transform. Scale uniform 1.5 maybe. I don't know. Let's see. I consider Git UI to be a bad joke. Git UI is to be a bad joke. The final today is that my third project ever was a GUI for Git using tkinter. Then a GUI for FFmpeg using Qt. I remember using tkinter. I don't remember what for though. Alright, this is a little bit wrong. We have this thing, but it's a little bit wrong. Boom, bing, boom. Scale uniform around, maybe. We considered me to be a bad joke. Sushi trash. Hello. Wait, this is all wrong. If it is just waste plat transform, it's also going to be wrong. Maybe draw sprite sheet takes into account this size. Probably not though, it should not. Yeah, why is it already twice as big? This is wrong. Wait, what? This is completely wrong. We do the button highlight with the base transform. I guess because draw sprite sheet is like different convention than drawing a button. Yeah, I hate my own code. Who wrote this code? This code is bad. Draw button. Draw button is drawing the tile. Yes. So it's like a different thing. Yeah. Okay. Stand. I think we need to have here scale uniform around at 1.0 0.5. Yeah, and that after scale uniform 1.5. I think this is going to do what I want. This could probably done in one matrix, but whatever. Use tcap uses git UI mostly to view the diff. It's nicer than reading the output of git diff in a terminal. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Reading the Git in the terminal sucks. But maybe it's a skill issue. I don't know. Or maybe the people who are doing it in the terminal are just brain dead. How about that? They're doing it wrong. Devin's Dev, hello, hello. Wait, I didn't test. Yeah, there we go. Wait, hold on, it still is wrong. It's still wrong size. I'm supposed to not do that at all? Because it's based on the pixel size already, automatically, maybe? Yes. Okay. So there we go. We have like this shape around. We can make this animated. So what would be like the highlight? I don't like the white thing here. Maybe we make it red or something. What's the good color to highlight a button that you need to press it? What would be the good color? Maybe Git CLI noob would be lost in lazy Git. You think so? I don't know. Lazy Git is it's like similar to Vim, where you need to like learn the commands. Although I guess you just do question mark and it just shows you the commands, right? Yeah. And then lazy Git is good in the way where you just do something like you do this space, right? And you also see the actual git command, the command line command. You can use lazy git to learn the command line. You just do git add and this file, and it has been staged, right? Or you unstage, you git rm cached force. Okay, and then I want this to be animated, right? So canvas size would be 9:2. Let's have 4 frames. Let's have 4 frames. I think of like the dashed line around a button. And then what color should it be? I don't know yet. I don't yet know. So if this is 4 frames, then I should have like the dashed lines with 4 pixels, right? So let's start over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3. Is there a better way to do this? We can probably write a program that automates this. Is it worth it? I'm close. I'm close to starting writing a program. Here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. Now we copy paste this 4 times. Start with 1 time. So we move everything to the right. I mean, 1 more, and then I also Wait, did I already move this one? Yeah, I did. Okay, and then I delete the one in the back. We'll do this 2 more times. This is wrong. This would require 8 frames. This is inefficient. What is the efficient way to do this? This requires 8 frames because the distance between the start and the end is 8 frames. So I need this to be actually different. Control Z. How would you do something like this? I mean, the gaps of 2. 2, 2. Also, I guess it would be better if I, instead of like deleting, so that I still have like the guideline, I just draw with black color. I can change the colors later. Including it being transparent. You would use this somehow. Yeah, but we're doing pixel art, right? This works better on the thing that is not pixel, I think. Oh, wait, what? What does it line up? Why does it not line up properly? Oh, because I already over here, of course, did it wrong. That's why. Mm -hmm. And then over here I would just invert the colors, I guess, in the other one. So I should only so I only need like 2 frames here actually, and I just invert the colors, and it is faster that way. And it's going to like suck completely, and I will want to draw something else, right? Of course. Layer, select, view, edit, adjustment, invert. Okay. Like this. Let's try to see how this looks. So yeah, obviously we want a different color. What color should we use? What color should we use? Probably this thing. And also I maybe want this to be thicker, but let's try first by doing that. And then with a transparent, we do that. There we go. Let me just see. This over here. Like it's not highlighting it enough, right? Do I make this twice? Thicker. Okay, I mean, for that to work, I need to first figure out like so, I guess. Just make it like this. How would this work? Like that? Because like it's two separate things. Not exactly, because like we have more. Here. So it's weird. Let's change back to it. Like this. Guess this would make it symmetrical. Mm. Like this. I don't know, maybe like I shouldn't do anything here. We have Davey, who's an artist. Why am I doing the work? It's sometimes nice, you know, to not write the code. Hmm. Hmm. Let's see. This is bad. How do I make it like more? How do people usually highlight? Highlight. I hate this. Highlighting a button in game. Do you have any examples? Just don't round the corners. The problem is not rounding the corners. Like even like this entire thing. It's like it's not very something about it is wrong. On hover? No, not on hover. But I guess we could do on hover. It just doesn't fit somehow, yeah. Maybe we just need to do something simpler. Just add a focus frame. Yeah. No, we have a focus frame too. Like I'm trying to highlight just the... Just do this. Hold on. If everything is just a single thing. This is more like it, I think. But it's not like animated. You know, we want this to be animated, probably. So that like it's more eye-catching, I guess. So maybe instead of that's what is the original idea for the animation. We just make it like the dotted line that goes around. But maybe instead, we just make it go bigger. Make it popping up and down. Yeah. I think not popping up and down, like going out and in, kind of. Popping up and down is like it's being pressed, but like it's not like actually being pressed. Like the other buttons. The other buttons are not really buttons. The other tutorial, I guess you mean. The other tutorial is not really... Like these guys, they are not real buttons, you know? I think this actually might not be too bad. Over here. You go to pop up. Or make this even fatter. Like this. What about that? This is better. I'm not sure if we need this like maybe it should be background, by the way. not foreground. Press button has a little shade below. Why does press button not having a little shade above? Yes. What if we just hold on? What if I just do this? Continues. What if I just do that as a background? This is simple. Maybe? I don't know. Is it better if it's not just all filled? Or if it's filled? Kind of like it. Oh shit! I closed the game. What if I remove this from the inside and instead make it go outside even further? Is this better? What's the hold on, tip icon? What about this? Like it's tutorial. Like, you know, what if I have an icon over here? An icon. Like exclamation mark. Oh, just exclamation mark. What if we just have an exclamation mark here? To the side, right? Like so. You know, look over here. That's what it means, right? Is this better? With an exclamation mark? I kind of like it. Maybe exclamation marks should be a little bigger though. Let's try this one. Really, let's make it fat. Like this. because it matches the thickness of the actual thing too. You think we should have an arrow? I think exclamation mark makes more sense because it's like, you know, pay attention over here, right? That's what exclamation mark means. Ba-da ba-da boom bam bam ba boom bam ba boom. Da da dun dun da da dun 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 dun. So now, what I want is this should not be highlighted always, right? But only in the but only in the level where we want it to be, right? And not just in the level where we want it to be, in the level if we are in a specific position, I think. I mean, so where do we have this? We have this on that level, which would be different actually. But this one should detect. And probably after a little bit of time, I guess if I am over here and I... Yeah, I think just if I'm on top of the goal over here and I didn't, and my button is on the wrong face. Well, this logic probably would be like hard coded actually. For this one also the same. Also, like they say Z and X, I think when we highlight the button saying that we should restart, we should also highlight the undo button, because undo is basically like undo in one turn. So like we can do any one of these buttons, right? We either full reset or we just do the undo, right? Or we just do the undo. Although, I mean, it depends on the level, I guess. In this level, we can do both. In the other level, it's probably just the reset. In this level, it's probably the undo. In this level, it's more useful to do just the undo. And that's what Davey was doing already, yeah. But I think in this beginning, we can introduce both reset and undo at the same time. Maybe. Boom, boom. Ba-dum, ba-dum, boom, 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 boom. So in this case, I would just mark these two spots with the fact that the player should not be here. In this case, I mark all of these bottom spots with the fact that this first player should not be there, specifically the first player. Din, 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 din. I think I could just write some custom logic. Something like if both players are on the same Y coordinate, then we highlight it. That's what we do for this level. For this level, if player is one block below. Yeah, I think we can. I think I would do it in code. I don't know how to do it like a generic tutorial that would be like editable. I think it's fine to hard code this. So for that, I know what to do. For that, I know what to do. And the last one, which shows the restart, is over here. So for this one, yeah, it's just like a different logic. Okay, let's just do one by one then, right? Dun, 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 do, 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 do. Let's see. Have it in the levels. And Let's just have somewhere in the configuration, maybe over here. Maybe I just say tutorial. Tutorial. Restart. Yeah, just restart. So we have like 3 levels here, right? Part. Group is chapter 1. Level is something. We have 2 levels. We have 3 levels. This one is called basic rod. Basic rod. This one is chapter 3 actually. Chapter 3 of 14. 14. And then this is chapter 317. That's a good name, right? 17. Okay. Just specify the levels where I want to have the tutorials. Tutorial levels. Custom logic levels. Let's just have this. Okay. Let's see now. Struct config. One second. Hi, config over here. Yeah. Tutorial. Tutorial config. Custom logic levels. Is back level location 3. Well, specifically 3 levels there, right? Okay, then in the play, right? We do have location here, all right? Yeah, so this over here, should I do this? Let's see. So if this is a reset, right? If this is a reset, then if reset and need reset tutorial, need reset tutorial is self location is equal to tutorial custom logic levels is let me see. Self custom logic levels dot find dot position predicate index. No. Wait, what's the method to find the index of the thing? There's position on the iterator, which searches for the element, and yeah, like I can do this as equals. Is that what I'm supposed to do? There nothing that just checks for equality automatically for me? Okay, fine. I'll just do this. Iterate position. Level location is equal to self location, right? That's what we do. So this should be actually custom logic index, custom tutorial logic index. Let's do that. Right. So needs reset tutorial would be match custom tutorial logic index. Right. Non false, none or some other ones is false, so we only care about the first one for now. So in the first level we say if self history player, like my current state, what's my current state? It's in the history player, right? History player frame state. Okay, yeah. Oh, we already have frame, yeah. Already have frame. We have frame dot state dot entities find entity goal is this, right? Goal is this, and then I find a player. So we have a goal and we have player, right? So we show the tutorial if goal position cell y is not equal to player position cell y. So yeah, basically if they are on a different level, then it means that we need a tutorial. There we go. This should work. Basic rod. So here you go. So this button is disabled, right, and everything. It is still disabled. We can still beat the game here, right? So we don't even show the tutorial. But as soon as I drop down here, this is going to be highlighted that we can reset now, right? And we click reset, we go back. We understand the tutorial, right? Why did this panic? And left on the node value 1360. Oh yeah, okay. um, um, mm, mm, let's try this. The reason is because in this case I can do this earlier. Let's sum goal is this, right? Because if I I don't unwrap. I just do else return false. That's what I do. Some player be this else return false, like so. Because as soon as I go into the goal, the player actually disappears, right? And then that's why we panicked there. Boop boop boop. Okay. I kind of feel like so I'm watching right now with my eyes. I'm looking at the player. This thing appears, yes. But like you know, maybe I have a big monitor, but it's not super noticeable, you know, because I'm looking at the player and not at this thing. How can I make this more noticeable? Do I need it to be more noticeable? Let's do this. Need reset tutorial and need undo tutorial. Need tutorial is this. Need tutorial. Need tutorial. We create a closure and then we invoke it immediately. That's what we do. Then yeah. And then over here we also say or button type is equal to button type undo and need undo tutorial. There we go. So in this case we will be highlighting both of these buttons here. Yeah, this should be false. Mismatch types. Semicolon is not needed. Expected bool found that. What do you mean expected bool? Oh, because I returned false. Yeah. We return not false, we return now false and false. That's right. False. Yeah, I need to like check that the undo is actually a smaller button, so it might like be really hold on. I should not beat the level. Yeah, I should go here. Yeah. Undo is bad. Undo is bad here. But I mean it should be in the foreground, not in the background. That's what it should be. Right? Maybe we move this back into the foreground like so. Maybe it's not that bad that it's like yeah, I don't know. We could have like a separate, because it's a different size basically. We need a different thing. Yeah, it's still it's dependent on the order. In fact, since it's dependent on the order, undo, um, undo. I'll just make sure that the undo is after the redo. There you go, and that's easy, right? I want to undo, redo. Oh, we have this hard coded apparently. Hold on, I'm just wondering. It should be a little bit in a different place. Bottom left, 095, 02. Top left, 02. What is this position? 0.2 for exit. Hold on, 095 and 01? Wait, what does this even mean? Wait, what does this even mean? What are these numbers? There's the coordinates in the where 1 is what? Where 1 is the size of the tile in the tile set, maybe? I don't remember what this means. Let's try moving this like 1, 5. Oh wait, hold on, no, hold on, 0, 1 and then 0.95. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, so 0.1 is the offset from the left. Why is it 0.1? Let me take a look here. Atlas. Right. This is undo. It's so undo starts at 0.1, but exit starts at 0.2. I feel like it's weird. It means that they are not aligned properly. Shouldn't this be like 0.2? And then this should be like more like 1.2. Maybe. Let's try. You put kefir in your morning smoothie and it tastes awful. I don't know, I like kefir, but I don't mix it with anything. I just drink it as is. And not in the morning, but in the evening. Why am I not stitching individual textures? What do you mean stitching individual textures? What do you mean by that? So there we go. We have now the undo button. Right? As soon as I drop down, we have the undo. I don't know. Maybe like in this first level, I actually want only the... I don't know. Each button is a PNG and you generate an atlas from a build script. It depends. Sometimes it's easier to like... Sometimes it's easier when you're working in Sprite to see everything in the same thing instead of having it as an independent files. That's why, I guess. I could stitch them automatically though, yeah. All right, I think this is okay. Yeah, let's only in this first level. Let's only in this first level. Let's in this tutorial level say that I don't need the undo. Do is always false. Okay, then the next level would be that one. So in this case, I need to show the tutorial if so frame, state, entities, iterate, filter, entity, property, player, collect, right? This is players, of entities. It's a trade-off between overhead and manually positioning visibility when editing. Yeah, trade-off. It would be nice if there was like software which allows you to like some like move back and forth between like the things, you know, like if Asprites could show me like all of the files on the screen at the same time, like if they were on the same image, right? Maybe, I don't know. So we have players like entities, right? So if players so let A and B is players try into, right? Let okay AB, let's okay AB be players try into. So we're trying to like see if the amount of players is 2. If it's not 2, then we return false. We don't need the tutorial. But if it is, then if a position so in this case we just do the undo tutorial, I think. Need tutorial is a position cell y is not equal to b position cell y. No, need tutorial if they are equal. If they are equal, yeah. So then we do false need tutorial. Try using a full. Wait, what? Type annotations needed. Are you stupid? Why are type annotations needed here? Where do I even put the annotation here? Try into layers. Is that where I put it? Try into an array of size 2. Why can it not figure this out? No, I was trying to like, yeah, I mean double colon is a turbofish here, yeah. Why can it not figure this out automatically? Stupid Rust. Shit. Phone fell down. Chapter 314, I think. Is that, yeah, so this is the level. Basically, if we fall down like this, then we see the undo button being highlighted, right? And we only see it if we fall down and we are in the same level. There's some red arrows pointing towards the buttons that need to be pressed, maybe. Animated arrows, of course. I mean, this is basic. I mean, this is an exclamation mark. That's what the exclamation mark is for, right? Okay, so now this can be removed, right? We don't need this. This button is like stupid. It like it's resembled this, but it's a little bit of a different sprite. We remove this tutorial completely. We instead just highlight this thing. But in order to know what is the what's the key to press, in order to show this, for this tutorial, that we have a key which is R if you want to reset, and that it is Z or X if you want to undo or redo. This should be just shown on hover. So when you hover this button, it should say R, and when you hover this button, it should say ZX. Or it, yeah, basically that is it, right? That's basically it. Although let's do first the last level. The last level was what? The last level was what? It will say the action on hover like Z undo. Hello Mark. Yeah, I guess. So yeah, let's just do the tutorial for the last level. The last level is where we rotate with the jump button. I feel like we show the restart. Let's show on that level both restart and no, yeah, just the restart, I think there. Yeah. So we have a goal and we have a player, and then need tutorial is if we so what if I am at the goal, or if I was at the goal, right? If I was at the goal, position, I mean, I can just say that I'm on the position or to the right, you know, so like goal position cell X is less than or equal than player position cell X, and player sides and player sides. Why don't I have the auto completion for it? Player sides. Player side. So wait, hold on. How can we beat this game? We need to not have it on the bottom. We need not have it on the right. If it's at the top, then it can work. If it's on the left, then I think it's also can work, right? So yeah, basically player sides iterate find. So I want to find the side where the effect is effect jump, right? If we have a jump, I want to find the position of the side. So position, right? Let's say this is this is jump side index, right? So jump side is angle from A jump side index. Is that what I do? If jump side index is equal to int angle down. Upside. Non-primitive cast. Oh, it's an optional. Yeah. We want let some index is this. Maybe we don't even like. Yeah. Maybe it's just as soon as I. Yeah. I think it doesn't depend on this. It's literally if the jump side is down or jump side is right. Those don't work, right? In this level. Else return false. So we don't care about the goal really. This is level 17. Yeah, so over here, right, I go to the right and we already highlight the reset button because this is not possible. Or should I highlight it only after we go to the right? That's the question, I guess. We can also do this after the time has passed. A certain amount of time has passed. It's on the right side, or if it is on the bottom side, it also doesn't work. I think this is good enough. I don't need to check for where the goal is. I don't know. I mean, let's check. Player position cell X is more than or equal than goal in cell X, and the thing is not on the right place. Yep, this is good. So over here we don't call the reset. Over here though we do it already. But then it disappears. That's why I don't like it. Yeah. Yeah, never mind. We don't do this. Don't do the goal. Good enough. Okay, so in these levels, I want to delete these things. And in that level, I want to delete that. Right. Okay. And in this level, it would be the same, I guess. I just show it always for change the player button. We will highlight that, and then you see the controls on hover. Boom, 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 boom. And this also is deleted. Custom tutorial logic for resets. How many lines of code in this game? Let's see. Let's see. It is 171,000 lines of code. Most of it is because of the levels, though. They are stored in the Rusty object notation. So in fact, it's just 20,000 lines of code. 21 lines of Rust code. 20,000. Comments 223. That's a lot of comments, more than usually. Yeah, we also and then we have the engine itself over here. The engine has less lines of code. Well, I mean, it's also like split. The engine is split. We have like the engine itself, 15,000 lines of code. Then we have the like common libraries, which is 5,000 more. So it's another 20,000. So combined with the engine, it's like 40,000 lines of code, I guess. Maybe there are some other libraries, but most of the other ones are smaller. Like switch resume, probably. This one is 200 lines. Yeah, so it doesn't matter. We can just see the total by doing this. Gang bad box and the Linksider itself, right? There we go. 40,000 lines of code. All right, so now we do. He's drowning in code. Someone help him. How many lines of code is shame? $30,000 lines of code? That's a lot. How much of that is examples? You have no tests? Where's the tests? The examples is like just 2,000 lines out of that. Where's the tests? Shame. Oh, no, there are tests. Oh, there's just 2 tests. Okay. Okay, sure. 500 lines of code for tests. Okay. Oh god, don't look. Integration tests are still in a private repository. Wait, you do private repositories? Why do you do private repository for this? Who needs tests? True. Haven't figured out how to put the dependencies in there without blowing anything up. SCC, the log tool written in Go, also tells you how much money and labor went into the project. SCC. Is it in Nix? Nix run Nix packages. SCC. All right, let's see. So there's 3. Wait. Yeah, this is shame. This is shame. It shows the amount of lines of code, 40,000. Wait, so 40,000 lines of code of Rust in shame. So like shame is basic. So you're saying that shame is the same as my engine and the game combined? Estimated cost to develop $1,000, or is that $1 million? What do you guys do for like what is a comma? I guess it's $1 million, right? $1 million project. Good job, Ray March. The estimated effort is 13.6 months. Estimated people required 6.35. All right, let's take a look here. Projects. Linksider. All right, Linksider is actually cheap. It's just 698,000 dollars. All right. Estimated schedule effort 12 months, 5 people. Okay. $1,000 would be like 2 days for a Rust developer. Nah, I mean, depends where you're from. I guess maybe. What about cast? Cast lang. So this is the entire cast language, including like website here, right? How much do we have? We have 12,000 lines of code in Rust so far in cast. It costs like just for $20,000. All right. What about the engine? King. 500. Can I do like combined? Can I combine the two things? Yeah, there we go, there we go. The engine plus Linksider of the game is over $1 million. Right, that's right. I feel like that estimated cost thing is a feel-good number. People like the tool more and recommend it. I mean, yeah, it's funny. It's funny. Do they look into the Git to see? Like there is a like the amount of time can be seen from the Git history, I guess. But they're estimating based on just the code. I guess not the Git folder. You would sell it for $1 million? The game, Linksider? You guys will buy it for $1 million? $10 max. I was curious, so I did this on my nix.files. What about my nix.files? Nix files. Let's see who has. Okay. I have just 2,500 lines of nix. I guess 1,000 nix, right? 2,000 lines in total. You have 22,000, 10 times more. Yeah. And shut up now that my library is public. You will always look at my code and expose me. Wait, what? Don't you want your library to be used? We need to expose you, right? Let's expose you, right? You guys know what shame is? Look at this. Look how much work was put into the documentation here, with like custom graphics here of how it all works. And lightweight DSL for writing GPU pipelines in Rust. Yeah. Did you earn anything from it, Raymarch? I don't think so. Do you have sponsoring set up? Where do you look for sponsoring? I don't know. 300 star. Ferris 3D. Is another project of Raymarch. Why is there no sound? You need to add sound to this. The crab rave music or something. Open Collective is nice to set up donations for fast projects. The Legos are a trick to make you feel like it's all very neat and square. You click the Legos together. Yeah. Okay, what was I doing? I was doing something. I was doing yeah, I need a tutorial for the other one, right? The button. Button type is button type switch player. So we need a tutorial for switch player and need player switch tutorial. Need player switch tutorial is just that let's just say custom logic index is 4. We will have another one. So this would be, I'm not sure. Let's for now have it in this level. Looking at mascots you guys are using. Who is your target auditor? Target audience? The rustaceans, obviously. Right? Why is this not highlighted yet? Chapter 3 level 17, so it's already supposed to be highlighted. Each player's switch tutorial is custom tutorial logic index is 4. One second. All right, I need a quick break. And a quick break. There you go. You can look at this guy jump. What terminal UI is this? This is a game. This is not a terminal. It's called Linksider. You should wishlist it. It's on Steam over here. But if you mean this thing, this is Neovide. It's a front end for Neovim. Hi. Bam, bam, bam. Do you want to save before exit? No. Alright. Player switch tutorial. If a switch player button and we need switch tutorial where custom logic is 3. Oh, wait, hold on. It's supposed to be 4, but 4 is index 3. I made this stupid mistake. It's supposed to be 3. It still is not working. Need player switch tutorial is if it is the switch player button. Switch player button is this button. On the bottom right. Yeah. We can make the button exist only if there is multiple players. I have loaded the state here already, right? Buttons push this button, right? But only if state history player game state. I'm moving the game state in, right? Need okay, has multiple players is a game state entities. I mean, it's probably like, yeah, we don't have it right now, but well, maybe we'll fix it later. But like potentially, if we can like duplicate players later somehow, it shouldn't be determined in the beginning. And the button should appear. And reappear. Maybe it's better that it's always shown actually, because then you can see all of the controls that are possible on the screen immediately, and if you hover, even although it's disabled, you should still see the control, right? Probably. Why is it not working? Oh wait, hold on. It's because it's the same. Yeah, yeah. Okay, the index is not right because I use the same level. It doesn't work like that. So I want this to be done on this level, on chapter 313 and easy slide. Mm-hmm. 313 and 4 is a slide. Let's just instead say switch players switch levels, switch player levels. Let's do that. Switch player levels. This would be any, right? Player switch tutorial would be just that the self location is found in tutorial switch player levels contains, like so. Let's do this. Contains and player and not self switched players. So like if I already switched players once, ever switched players. So if I never switched players, then I show the tutorial. Otherwise, I don't. Ever switched players, Boolean. False. Switch player. Change player selection. There we go. So change player selection would be self ever switched players is true. We always go through this thing, I'm pretty sure. Change player selection. It's done in the selection delta. Yeah, it's the keys, the button, and if I'm hovering and clicking, yes. All of the ways go through this place. For this one though, since it's on the right side, maybe we should have another one, which is highlighting it on the left side. Invalid array. Hold on, what do you mean invalid array? There we go. Yeah. So like this exclamation mark is outside of the screen, so we need a different one. UI effects. Button highlight. Top right. Button highlight. Top left. Let's do these two things. Yes, we have this UI effects. This is going to be highlight top right, and then we do top left too. So this would be over here, match button type. If it is a button type switch player, then top left. Otherwise, top right. And then top left. This needs to be sprite, rotate, flip horizontal. We just do that, I guess. Bum, ba-dum, 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 bum. So there you go. Now this is highlighted. And then as soon as I click it, it stops being highlighted. This can be removed. And this over here, it's also being highlighted here. Maybe like it's better to have two colors, like an outline of this thing to make it more visible would be nice. Yeah. If changes, yes, save. Maybe a highlight would be nice. But anyway, this is highlight switch player button tutorial. Okay, and then yeah, let's try this. Let's try this. Can I have an A sprite, the thing where it draws only on the transparent pixels? Maybe. We'll use this color, the outline, I guess. I don't know if it's better or not. Move this thing without the animation just so that I check if it's better or not. It's weird. Maybe I do not need this. What if I don't have the inner ring there? It's weird. I think I like it on the exclamation mark, but maybe not on the outline. Maybe this is better. Let's see, so just do that. And I think I can keep the exclamation mark like right at the same spot. It doesn't even need to be moved at all. Yeah, so the exclamation mark itself is not moving, but it's more visible, the exclamation mark, because I have the outline on it. I think I like that. And then sprite, flip horizontal, save as the top right. It's the same thing there. Then we run the game. We go here. This one is not visible, really, because it's like on the same background of the same color. I mean, it's visible. It's just like the outline is not visible. Over here, it's much better. But I mean, it's fine, maybe. Although, what if we in this level? In which level? In this level. Actually, in 1, 2. This one. We can make it more visible by just removing. Showing it in that level is a bit of a spoiler. In which level? In this one, the second level. I'm just saying that we can delete the top part, the one that TCAP was struggling with. Yeah, if I do this, then it's more visible. Like, you know, we have the top part. I like this. Can we also do like that? Does that make it better? Somehow, this thing, does this make it better visually? Personally, I like this more. What if it is vertical? And it's even better, yeah. Chica was struggling with this level, you mean, right? Showing it is a spoiler. Well, this is a hint, right? I mean, I can make this hint only be there if you have played, like, maybe like after a minute, for example, right? Not immediately. Right? We can have this, but after a minute. I think TCAP was like playing this level for too long. Like, yeah. Like, it's supposed to teach you that it depends on which side you attach the thing. So like, if you do that, then you can beat the game. But if you do like that, then it's not possible, right? So we need to highlight this. Like, the only thing that I think might be a good idea is to only show this when the time has passed. But how much time are we talking about? It depends on the person, so I don't know. I think it's not too bad that I highlight it immediately. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Every time they reset, you could show it only after a certain number of moves. After it attaches to the wrong side. Well, I mean, that it makes the logic more complicated, so I don't know. We'll see. Like, this is already better than before, right? We were previously showing you the R always. It was confusing people. Sometimes. Now it's not going to be confusing them. Okay, so the last thing that I want to do, I think, is making sure that when we hover, we show the buttons, right? So when you hover over here, it should show escape. If you hover here, it should show, I guess, undo and the button, right? Undo and button, yeah. Let's have this should probably be inside somewhere. Let's have it in config, right? What do you call these things? Like the so in HTML it's called title of the element, where you hover and then it appears, right? Tooltip, yeah, tooltips. So tooltips undo as undo Z, right? Redo is redo X. Restart is restart R. Should I do I need parentheses here? We'll see. Switch player is switch player tab down. I mean, so here's the problem, you know, we have a lot of buttons. For this one, for example, you can do it with WS, or you can do it with up down, or you can do it with tab. We can also, like, instead of having this in parentheses, it would be really nice if this was just an icon of a key, you know, like we have in the tutorial of the going left and right, right? So this should be like rich text, the text plus an image. This would be nice, but maybe not right now. Do it. Yeah, but not right now. Okay, I'm lazy right now. I want to eat, so I want to end this stream soon. Settings. Exit is exit. And these are all the buttons, right? We have. I hate Vim. What? Is wrong? Hate this. I hate this. I was recording a macro so that it works, and then I forgot to press stop recording. I hate Vim. There we go. I hate it. Why don't they just have multiple cursors? Tooltips. Laughs in Helix. Yeah. I mean, VS Code is also better. I should use VS Code. I should go back to VS Code. VS Code is better than Helix too. Maybe I should try like the VS Code with Vim Cubines. I never tried that. Is that good? Does that work with multi-cursor? Are you convinced that Cocoon is the end game? Are you actually using Cocoon now? What about Zed? Like if we delete the all of the AI bullshit that they're adding to Zed, isn't Zed actually good? Function tool tip self tool tips tool tip config option self. What am I building? I'm building a game. Hello, DJ Melly Boy. You can see the trailer on the top. Also, that treats LSP rename menu as buffer, so you can use VB keybinds in it. You're using Z with Vim mode. I mean, I'm pretty sure we have the same thing in Vim too. Like this is just a window, right? And I don't know. Let's just try. Let's say that I copy this word, right? And then I do rename here, and then I say Control R plus. Like I have all the same like binds, right? I'm in insert mode here, inside this window, right? We have I don't know. I can have the hover, and then gonna go into the hover, and I can like inspect this code. I can inspect this, right, with the same Vim keybinds. I can copy some stuff from the pop-up. What plugin is that? The hover is just the LSP, I think. The rename that is put in this window instead of like having the thing in the bottom left is a plugin. I don't remember the name of it. It's somewhere. There's a couple plugins like that. Or are you talking to Hatred? Who says I use VS Code and where and when you get it set up the way you want, it's phenomenal. But you actually but you can embed NeoVim inside VS Code and VS Code NeoVim extension. It doesn't emulate Vim. It actually embeds a native instance inside of it, which means that you get real Vim bindings, including command modes, even its own low config and plugins. Yeah. I think dressing NeoVim is what I was using. Yeah. Like if you use VS Code and you use you embed NeoVim inside, you have the same problem, right? The problem that I have is the multi-cursor. There are a couple of multi-cursor plugins for NeoVim, but they suck compared to like Helix or VS Code, like native experience. At least the ones that I tried like 2 or 3, I think, plugins for multi-cursor. They're all bad. Like it needs to be native functionality in the editor, I'm pretty sure. All right, so we have the tooltips. We have the tooltips. Tooltip is not a member. Yeah. So like button type would be tooltip self tooltip config. And star. Let's do that. You have native VS Code, multi-cursor 2, it's best of both worlds. But how does it work? Does it emulate NeoVim multiple times? And that's how you get multi-cursors? Because like you literally need to just repeat the commands that you have in Vim for every cursor, right? For it to work properly. Is that literally what it does? I guess then it's good. Yeah, maybe. Tooltip here. This is what? This is the level editor tooltip menu. Let's just say none to do. I don't care about this. Once again, it's showing me the error that doesn't exist. Love it. They should return some. There you go. They're communicating the database. Can I like make sure that SQLX doesn't like throw me the errors if I don't have the database? I can. If I like save the what we're supposed to get from the database in a file, right? With SQLX prepare or something. Can I do it without that though? I don't know. Haven't I had that example problem before? I mean, this wording is always there. Error communicating with database. Yeah. Lifetime may not live long enough. What do you mean? Hey. I mean, can I not have just all of them? So that I can choose. I thought this is how the lifetime would be lighted though, automatically. Guess maybe not. This is what? This is level editor. I've created a new problem for myself. All model editor keybinds are designed with ANSI QWERTY in mind. And I use Colmac. So there's more configuration for me to do before I can benefit. When you start VS Code, it starts an instance of NeoVim in the background and sends messages back and forth via the extension API. If you want to use native VS Code multi-cursor, unbind the NeoVim keys. do it and then bind them in VS Code. I'm making it sound more complicated, but it's quite simple and extremely underrated. Really get the best of both. Wait, so like, I mean, when you unbind the NeoVim, do you no longer have the NeoVim keybinds, right? So yeah, like you have just the native editing functionality of the VS Code, the normal workflow. So like you use two different like types of like ways to use your keyword, which is weird. I don't know. The best of both worlds is when like someone finally makes an editor with both of the things. You said Cocoon. Do you actually use Cocoon? And does the Cocoon have a lot of the plugins? All of the plugins that I use in my NeoVim so that it all would work? Multiple selections, customizations, client server, active development. There's a Clippy over here. The font they choose for it makes me not want to use it. I mean, I guess this font is better. Yeah, this is nice. Okay, Kun doesn't even have splits out of the box. I never use splits. Like, splits is one of the things that I don't actually use. They do have splits, like, in this screenshot, though. Are you sure? Or is this, like, a plugin? I mean, oh, it's a Tmux, right? They said that this is Cocoon is in Tmux. All right. Oh, wait, so you actually use the Tmux for splitting and it all works with the same backend? That's what they mean, right? By like client-server architecture? You can collaboratively edit the same file. All new windows created by the editor are clients. You can simultaneously modify the contents of a file. Wait, hold on. This is cool. Can you do the same in like VS Code? Like you can do in VS Code. Like I use VS Code remote with like SSH, for example. If I connect two VS Codes, the same server, will I be able to see all of... No, it's not. I don't know, probably not. I've tried using NeoVite and GVim, but VS Code is just better. Yeah. I agree that it is better, but I use NeoVim because it makes me look more impressive, you know? Like when when you're using Vim, you know, you just look like a hacker. But VS Code is better, I agree. How do you use VS Code remote to server without the non-free version? What do you mean the non-free version? I mean, I use VS Code. I mean, it's not open source, I guess. There's a remote service to Insider Edition or something? No, they don't. If I open VS Code, I don't have Insider Edition. It's just like normal standard VS Code. I haven't... Oh, there's an extension, right? An extension that's called SSH. Like remote SSH, right? This... I know that there is a thing where you cannot install this plugin if you like it doesn't work with like something, you know, would be a Scodium maybe or something. I'm not sure. I remember something about that. But I mean, you just download VS Code, you install this extension, you can work over SSH. That's all I did. I think it's restricted to maybe like Microsoft flavored VS Code. That's like what it means, right? Something. You gotta go through many hoops and 2-hour programs to get working on Arch. See, Nix is better. Although, I don't know, maybe it's... maybe you just installed not the VS Code. There is multiple VS Code. Which one do you use? Our archlinux.org. VS Code. Which one do you use? When I was using VS Code, I was just using this thing. Visual Studio Code bin. Although when I was using Arch, I wasn't using that extension, so maybe... There is also VS Codium, or there is code... I guess there is just code package, maybe. Right? Maybe. Which is just in the packages, probably. Yeah, you just have the code. So like, yeah. So like if you install this in Arch Linux code, this is the open source build, right? But you need the Microsoft one. Yeah. This is what you have in the packages, and like, but you need to install the one from the hour. Yeah. It's different. That's what I mean. Like if you work on Windows, you just download the VS Code. You don't know about existence of this open source part of VS Code. Right? Tooltip. Match self. Exit. Tooltips dot exit. Tooltips dot settings. This is the world editor. I don't care about it. None. Now I just use Tmux and Helix. Tooltip. Oh, so we have the tooltips actually here. All right, sure. Match self. Play jam version. CFG feature is jam link. CFG feature is editor. Turn on. Jam version. Jam version. Baby jam version. I will just hard code this here for the baby jam. Downtown. Tooltips exit. And Discord. Steam. Tooltips. Settings. Tooltips. Okay. Some of this is hard coded, some of them are not. Let's have this too. Tooltips Steam. Tooltips Discord and tooltips editor. Discord, Steam editor, gem. Is there something else? Editor. Level editor. Okay, so now that we have the things, we need to actually draw it, right? So how do I draw the tooltip? I need... when I draw the button... Draw button should say that if a button state interact, if cursor is hovered, then we should draw the tooltip. If let some tooltip text, so let some text is button type tooltip with self assets config tooltips. In this case, we draw text. All right, let's see. Mask none. Color tooltips color. Align 2.5 for now. But I will probably want to align them differently. It depends on where on the screen the button is, right? Yeah, probably. So font would be assets font. Wait, isn't there like two fonts somewhere? We have font, we have old font. Is old font being used? Wait, why is old font being used? Weird. We're supposed to have two fonts. This one is being used to draw the version. Yeah. No. We need a different font, a higher resolution font. I do it in the pop-ups. Pop-up. Yeah, pop-up has a different font. So I kind of want that, right? Tool. Tooltip font. I just load it twice. Whatever. Load path is pop-up font. I think. Where is it? Pop-up. And yeah. Let's do that. So this would be assets pop-up font, because it's like it's a more high resolution font for easy reading. Tooltip font. So the text is the text, and this thing. There's also pressure from boss to use AI to keep Z open now and then. They say that you must use AI. Color. Say text color. And then transform would be translate button calculated position top left top. Wait, yeah. So like this is where, yeah. So I mean we have button dot we have anchor. Anchor is this anchor v. That's what we want. Yeah. So we have button anchor v, right? This is my align. So yeah, this align would be button anchor vx, right? And this one would be calculate position, translate position. Position is button state calculated position. Everybody is obsessed with AI. It's not even funny. Yeah. Well, I mean, I did start using AI for instead of like just the normal Google search, but that's basically yeah, it does help like looking up the information. But like the problem, I asked it for the source, and it's not always giving me the source. Literally was looking up something today. Yeah, the Steam Deck environment variable, right? Like I want to detect in my game that the Steam that the game is running on the Steam Deck because it has the touch screen. So I like showed the touch tutorial instead of the normal keyboard tutorial. So I can detect it with this Steam Deck. That's what ChatGPT told me, but the actual documentation for it was never found. So it knows somehow some information, but I haven't confirmed that it's true. So maybe it was a hallucination, and the thing doesn't actually exist. Position. Calculate position. Yeah. So we do this dot. Do you have some good method here? Probably not. I should. Map bounds. Yeah, I should, but I'm too lazy to make a change to the library. So we instead do bottom left, plus button anchor v times button state calculate position size. So then we translate into this position. Wait, no, hold on. We have bottom left plus v. So this should be actually like going in the opposite direction. Map x1 minus x. This is what we want, the opposite one. If it is for Googling, it's fine and can be useful, but the big boss big bosses is going to use to generate the code and cut the jobs. 100% sure about that. Good luck. Good luck. Is that it? This might be it. I don't have the way to have the outline on these fonts, though. I think it would be nice maybe to have an outline there. Config normal here. Tooltips. And over here to have text color is I don't know. Let's try with black, but I'm not sure what should the color be. There also should be the text size, I guess. And what did you fail? Over here, this closing bracket doesn't belong there. Now what? Tooltips. Missing play. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so we have, play is play. Okay, there we go. Steam, Discord, Baby Jam version. So I guess like the text size should be different, but yeah, so like it's aligned properly, right? It's aligned properly. This one exits, restart. Why does that say restart Ara? The opening bracket is mapped incorrectly, I guess, to A. Settings. Okay, so now I want to change the size. Right. Text size is let's say that it is going to be like how much? 5 times smaller. Scale, uniform, assets, config, tooltips, shit. Tooltips. Size. Instead of having the outline, I can just have the background. I don't know. It's also weird, like over here, for example, on this screen, the Baby Jam version, for example, this tooltip is completely in the wrong place. Over here, I guess it's kind of fine. It's just like not very visible. $95. Not concerned with my job though, because in Russia it's only starting. You from Russia? Settings, exit. Play, exit, settings. Restart ARA. Undo ASA. Redo AXA. Switch player, tab, W, yeah. WS. Okay, I think it's just like the error, like if the glyph is missing, we are mapping it to A. I think that's what this means here. And then yeah, probably like a background for it would be nice. Let's just have a background for it. Text background is white. Maybe we will use different colors though. Yeah, commas too. Yeah. Yeah, and the color is is this the one? I think this might be the one. Yeah, this is the color that we use. And I guess the white color is also not white. It is it this one? Probably just like the same palette. Yeah, this is the correct color. Okay. Text background. So now I need to let's see here, transform. Is this Self assets, tooltip font measure, text, self draw. I don't think we even have the way to just draw color. We always need to draw textures right now. Yep. Daroa. I'm also from Russia. Draw. Draw. Draw background, draw circle. There's no way. Alright, I guess I just draw tile. Draw tile. Let's see, what do we have here? Tile sets, camera, name, tile text. Where? No. Okay, fine. Let's just do draw. Just draw color. Let's just do draw color. Somehow. Right? I have draw mesh probably. Right? So this is what I want. Function draw color. Frame buffer. What is this auto completion? Camera. I guess like this I will be able to do that. So then we do draw color. What camera do we use? Just camera. I would say the color, which would be assets, config, tooltip, text, background. And then the transform would be transform. Times scale. So we scale with measuring. And one. Let's see if this works. Unused variable tooltips. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. We have the background. For the background, I guess I want maybe like a couple of like padding, right? So I would say mm, I would say plus padding times 2, this 1.0 plus padding times 2, and then I will also, after doing that, we translate to padding like so. So padding is just config tooltips text padding. Text padding F32. It's probably too big. Probably 0.5. And do 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 do. Actually, it's not that big. I can do 0.1 probably. Yep, I like this. Madsen, hello, hello. What happened to the Factorio 1,000 times? What happened is oh shit, this is wrong. Hold on. What happened is that it's a little I'm just not feeling like it, basically. It's boring. I don't like the late game of Factorio. To put it shortly, I guess. For some people, the Factorio game is starting when you like unlock, and like in the late game. For me, that's where it usually ends. It's just boring. Too much work, too much grind to just build a factory. I don't know. Maybe I will still finish it, but I don't know. But if you end up not liking the late game of cast, well, you can continue it then, right? You can make a fork, or maybe I give you the access, and you just continue working on it instead of me, right? Like for a Factorio playthrough, it doesn't make sense for the other person to continue my playthrough, right? But for cast, you can do that. Okay, hold on. We want this to be transform. Yeah, because of the alignment. Yeah, because of the alignment, I want this to be change. So it would be like position a plus text width. Where is the text width? Over here, right? Text width. Text is that. So I want to translate to negative padding. But over here we also subtract text width times line X. X. Line is button anchor V. For early game is much better. What does this say I'm working on? I'm working on the game. You hadn't seen the trailer over there. It's a puzzle game, and I'm trying to make the tutorial a little bit better, specifically like what buttons you need to click and things. So like this thing, it animates that you need to press the left and right button on the keyboard, and when you hover over like the restart, it should say restart, which it already does. Okay, yeah, see? Switch player, restart, undo, redo. We have these tooltips now, which we didn't have before. And now I just need to have the font. Here's the font. And we need opening bracket, closing bracket, and I need a comma, right? Let's implement the commas. How do you do comma? Just like this? Maybe? How do you do an opening bracket? And a closing bracket. Let's try this. Not sure about this comma. But maybe it's good enough. So then we need to specify all of the characters here. So a comma is 2 and an opening bracket is 3 2 and a closing bracket is 3 3. Wait, what? Time to subtract with overflow. It's 3 2. Let's see, exit, restart, R. Wait, is the opening and closing bracket the same? It should be 4. There we go. Look at this, exit, restart, R. Undo Z, redo X. Switch player, tab WS. I mean, actually, like, this is already good. Like, yes, it could be, like, look a lot better if I just did, if I just did, like, the actual, like, keys. But if I do the actual keys, like, over here, then it's, like, it would take more space. Settings, exit, restart, undo, redo. This over here, I don't like that. So let's see why that is like this. It's because button. I know why. I know why it is like that. It's because the state calculated position is being done over here. Layout. No. Transparent border. Oh, this transparent border, I guess, is the important part, right? Where is it used? Yeah, we need to extend uniform with transparent border. There it is. So when I say draw button function, over here, and the pop-up, right? And I say that calculated position, button position. Let's do this. Button position. Button position is button state calculated position, extend uniform, a negative, button, transparent border. Steam, Discord, Babbage version. Yeah, okay. Let's make it go a little bit higher up. So where is it? Like, is it configured somewhere? Transparent border. Config, link button transparent border. Link button transparent border over here. Let's make it a little bit slower. 0. Maybe. Yeah. I guess this is good enough. Steam, Discord, Babbage version. Do we want the tooltips over here or maybe text? Is this too cryptic? We just use the icons here. The original idea was that we don't use the text at all because text is bad. We want to guide the player with just the icons. Text means that we need to translate text to other languages too, by the way. If I use the controller, then we never teach the player what is the controller button, right? For like restarting and all of that. And for that I cannot even do it with text. So I mean I can, but it would be not very good, right? Because over here, if I connect the controller and we just see the controller icon, but how do I know what other buttons to press to do all the other things? Okay, maybe that's an improvement for later. Because I've been streaming for a while. Wait, how do I undo? Just with the left shoulder. Let me see if I can remember the solution for this one. Maybe this? Yeah. This level is hard. Did I start the project if someone asked to program it? We were doing this was done for a game jam. You can see that we won the Bevet Jam with this game. So I mean, I guess we started this. So like, it's very funny, you know, like this project Linksider. It started because we were just trying to use Bevy. Basically, it was our first time trying the Bevy engine. So yeah. And similarly to that, the cast started because I was just trying to try Ocamo. So I have I should not try new things, is what I'm saying, because we're going to end up with a new project that I'm going to try to. I'm going to need to like. Does it not use Bevy? Yeah, it does not use Bevy anymore. No. It's custom engine now. It's been rewritten from scratch. Ah, shit. I'm pressing the wrong button. Maybe like B should not be going back. Are there many unsolved bugs? I don't think so. It's not release ready because we want to have like more levels. So like you can play the demo. The demo is about 1 hour of playtime. I don't know what's like the playtime of the current all levels. I would assume maybe 5 hours at least. But there is like some mechanics that are not even used in any levels. Like I have implemented some things which don't really work, right? We have like and like I guess in general maybe like there's not enough levels with portals or some stuff. Overall, like there's a couple of things that I want to add, but it's mostly just the levels. The biggest problem with releasing the game is just there's the portals. This is my favorite feature probably. It just looks so good. The biggest problem is that like there is no reason for us to release the game if we don't have the wish lists, right? That's just how Steam works. Ah shit! I keep pressing the wrong button on the gamepad. No, I will never have the correct rotation here. Is it? No, it's like flipping itself. Yeah. Don't blow my plate. But that's not the best marketing. Why not? He will shit on it. It does like pixel art. I can see what the other things that he could shit on, because I would probably like shit on the game in the same way. One of the things, I don't know if you see it, there is like this line, like, you know, we don't have like the proper pixel art. There's a line between the player here and the platform. I want to fix this. I consider this a bug. So I could see this being shitted on though, for sure. In terms of like mechanics, I don't think there's a lot to shit on. The game is good. The game is better than like the game mechanics that are in the John Blow's game that I've seen, at least. He was complaining about blueprints last time I was on his stream. I didn't try the prints myself, but I don't know. What was he complaining about exactly? What does he like complain about? I saw him complain about graphics. Or does he like complain about some other things too? Dead end. He was saying it is difficult, but not the enjoyable kind of difficult. Oh, so he had a skill issue? Skill issue means game is bad. Alright, so that's why you're saying that I should not like make Jumbo play this game, because this game is actually difficult. Yeah. I think this game is difficult that we have made. How do I full restart? How do I full restart? Oh, with an X. Okay. You could say the same about Factorio and Noite, but I'm still playing them and their reviews are only positive. Yeah. Oh wait, what do we need to do on this level? So we need to like jump away from each other, I think, at the same time, right? So we need the box a little bit further to the left. But I think I screwed myself already. Yeah, we need like this. And then after that, I need to be here, but with that on the top. Isn't John Blumhouse creating puzzle games? Yeah. Positive, I saw some pretty hard levels in his game. Well, yeah. His game is also not very easy. My player needs to be... Okay, I can jump over. Ah, shit. You know that the game is difficult if, like, I have completed this level, like, 10 times already and I still forget the solution. So the idea is that, like, if we are at the same time, one over here and one over here, but then we don't drop into the portal, right? So we can finish the level, which means that I need to be on the right side over here with the same rotation that I have right now is like the final move, basically. So in order to get here, I might want. So like, how do I get here? I need to go. And appear in this location with the no, hold on, like let's say that I go from the left side, like I jump over this guy, then over here I'm jumping from the top, which is literally impossible. So we need to go from the right side, right? If I go from the right side over here we are at the top. Which is impossible. Wait. Okay, so now I did this. Alright, this game is RNG. This is almost the same, the thing that I need to do. I want to do like this move, but with my jump power being at the top. So we can like push the box through, and I push the box again, and then I'm over here with the jump at the top. Now we move to the left side and do this. There we go. Easy game. Is this all the levels that we have? I mean, this is like the difficult levels with like all of the things. Yeah, there are some that are not even reachable right now, and some mechanics that are not reachable. What is this? This is not a level. I mean, yeah, we have like this mechanic, right? So, like this level is nice. Like this. Not sure about this mechanic. This is weird. Oh yeah, yeah, we have like breakable blocks like this, which is also not used at all. Like we need to go into them with force to break them. Right? It's not really used much. Not used at all. Bam, bam, bam. We have this. Gravity. Hold on, hold on, hold on. We crashed the game. No way. How did I crash the game? The provided value is not finite. Oh, web audio? Wait, hold on. What? Audio. The audio panicked. That's weird. Mm-hmm. All right. Anyway. Tool tips. No, not tool. No, not stash. Commit. Tool tips on buttons. This is good. All right. This is good progress. Wishlist the game, guys. Yeah, this is our game. Wishlist it right now, or else I'm going to be gone now. See you next time. Bye.